Okay. So yes, revision went well. So okay, comfortable. Labor loss is okay. First day was okay. Now people, today we'll be starting with 2 chapters. We'll finish 2 chapters. One is prevention of sexual harassment in the workplace. Second is constitutional labor laws. Okay. Now from tomorrow, it goes like this. You have 4 codes. So I'll take 2 days for 1 code. Similarly, these are 2 small codes. These are slightly bigger codes. So we have like 8 days from Sunday to Sunday, and we have 4 codes. And there is something called as introduction to this. That will take you 10 minutes just to mark what is this. So that I will not teach. I'll give you 10 minutes and I'll mark. All those things covered in this thing will be already covered here. So ignore that. But what if they ask a basic question? Why this code? So understand. For that purpose, we will take 10 minutes. Or we can completely ignore that. But you just read. It will be a summary of or an introduction to all 4 codes. Yes. Online. Okay. So first 2, prevention of sexual harassment in the workplace and constitutional labor laws. These 2 chapters are important. Usually they ask a question from POSH. Every attempt, 1 question from POSH. And constitutional labor laws, again an important chapter. Now understand. These two chapters, you will have to remember a couple of case laws. Should I really remember case law? No, it's your call. But case laws can help you with like presenting your answer. So we'll discuss some case laws. Then we'll see what is these two laws. Prevention of sexual harassment in the workplace and constitutional labor laws. So chapter number 23 and chapter number 14. 14 chapter. Yes. Sexual harassment of women at workplace, Prevention and Prohibition and Redressal Act 2013. So people understand one question. If you ask me, sir, can you tell us a question which is mandatory? I would say this chapter. One question mandatory will ask in POSH Act. So, prevention of sexual harassment of women at workplace, Prevention, Prohibition and Redressal Act 2013. Now, let's start with why this law. So, why do you think this law is important? Assume that there are 2 assistant company secretaries in an organization. 2 assistant company secretaries working in an organization. And you know work pressure will be there in an organization? Yes. So there are 2 pressure. So there is one company secretary, Miss A, and another company secretary, Miss B. Both are working as company secretaries in an organization. So Miss A, Miss B will have a problem. So Miss A always comes with a problem saying that, sir, I am worried about deadlines. So whenever she is like, sir, AC, sir, temperature, not good. Employee will say, first you finish your deadline. So this is the comment or reply which the employer will give to that Miss A. Whenever she says, sir, please, so tension, sir, please, reduce the temperature. So he gives a comment there saying that, You finish your work. Let's discuss about AC later. Now Miss B says, sir, please reduce the AC temperature. And the employer gives an opinion. You can come close to me, I'm very hot. Employer gives an opinion, says, don't worry, come close, I'm very hot. You see the reply given. First scenario was, you finish your deadline, I'll reduce the AC temperature. Or, you can come close to me, I'm very hot. If this be the case, you think both of them working is enjoying the same reputation? So always understand your salary should not come at the cost of your dignity. Your salary should not come at the cost of your dignity. You cannot sacrifice your dignity and say that I have earned a salary. This purpose, this concept is a reason why we have a law called as sexual harassment of women at workplace, to prevent them, prohibit them, and if in case something happens, a proper redressal of the same. So welcome to Posh. Okay. Now to understand, whenever the question is regarding Posh, you have to remember something called as Vishaga judgment. Vishaga judgment. Okay. So, Vishaga judgment happened when one lady named as Banwari Devi. So she was a Dalit woman employed with the rural development program. So just to introduce, you just remember the name Vishaga judgment. So she was employed with rural development program in the state of Rajasthan. Now, she saw child marriage happening in the place. So, she tried to curb that, meaning put an end to, try to abolish child marriage. As a result of that, she was brutally gang raped. So she went for a good reason. She was brutally gang raped. This made, so the team, so it's not, Vishaga is nothing like a group of activists. So they named themselves as Vishaga. So the name of the person is Banwari Devi only. So the Vishaga was a group of people. They filed a case against this thing. And as a result of this, see, 1992, it's India. It took them, what, 21 years to come with a law called as Prevention of Sexual Harassment. So this incident happened in 1992, Act was enacted in 2013. So understand, your first question can be, what do you mean by sexual harassment as per Vishaga judgment? So first question is, so tell me what is sexual harassment as per Vishaga judgment. That's your first question. Sir, very easy. It includes an unwelcome sexually determined behavior. Okay. I didn't enjoy that. It was an unwelcome sexually determined behavior, like a physical contact and advances, or a demand or request for sexual favors, sexually colored remarks, showing pornography, or any other unwelcome physical, verbal, non-verbal conduct of sexual nature. So this is one usual question for 5 marks, where they ask you, Vishaga judgment was the landmark thing in India, blah blah blah. Tell me what is the outcome of Vishaga judgment, or define sexual harassment as per Vishaga judgment. So what does Vishaga judgment says? It says sexual harassment includes any unwelcome sexually determined behavior. Example, it can be a physical contact and advances, It can be a demand or request for a sexual favor. It can be a sexually colored remark, or it can be showing pornography or any other unwelcome physical, verbal, non-verbal conduct of sexual nature. This be the case. So this is your first question regarding what is the outcome of Vishaga judgment, or what do you mean by sexual harassment as per POSH Act? None? Easy question. Okay. Next. To read, just come back, read this preamble of the act. The act reads like this. This is an act to provide protection against sexual harassment of women at workplace and for prevention and redressal of complaints of sexual harassment and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. They are telling you what is the purpose of this law. This law talks about an act to provide protection against sexual harassment of women at workplace and for prevention and redressal of complaints of sexual harassment and for matters connected thereto. So this is the purpose of the law. Okay. Now, sexual harassment results in violation of fundamental rights of women to equality under Article 14 and 15 of the Constitution of India that we learned today itself. Second, and her right to live life and live with dignity under some other article, Article 21, that also we are going to learn today, of the Constitution, and right to practice any profession or carry out any occupation, trade or business which includes a right to safe environment free from sexual harassment. So why this act? This act emphasis on the Constitution. It says Article 14 and 15, which is guaranteeing you an equality, a freedom where you live with like equality. You are also respected at par with men. Second, not only living a life with dignity under Article 21. So both these put together is the purpose of this law. So this law is to give you a protection against sexual harassment of women at workplace and for prevention of redressal of complaints of sexual harassment and matters connected thereto. Second, sexual harassment results in violation of fundamental rights of women to equality under Article 14 and 15 of Constitution and her right to life and to live with dignity under Article 21. So these two are the purpose of this act. Easy. Now let's start the chapter. What are the forms of workplace sexual harassment? So it can be a 3-mark or 4-mark question regarding what is the forms. So first question was, what is Vishaga judgment? Second, we just saw what is this act, objective of the act. Now second question could be forms of workplace sexual harassment. So it goes like this: quid pro quo or hostile working environment. Okay, so quid pro quo is a positive approach. This is a negative approach, meaning I can demand a sexual favor. If not, I'll create a environment where you work hostile, negative environment, full of pressure, etc. So if that can be a hostile, I can create a hostile working environment if you are not favoring me with a sexual kind of thing. So a hostile working environment is a negative thing where I say that if you are not okay with the sexual thing, I'll create a hostile working environment. Or quid pro quo, if you're okay with my sexual demands, then I can give you a promotion. So it can be a positive way of communicating or a negative way of communicating. So positively we call it as quid pro quo, something in return. Indian Contract Act, quid pro quo, consideration chapter. Then contract act consideration. Yes, sir. There we have seen something called, you would have seen something called quid pro quo, something in return. So it can be two types. One, I can give a promise of good treatment, preferential treatment for you for your present or future employment, something which is very positive. Or I can create a negative work environment, humiliating treatment, which is likely to affect your health or safety. So both ways your sexual harassment at workplace can happen. One, it can be a quid pro quo, where I say, for this thing I'll give you promotion, or if you don't do this, I'll depromote you, demote you. It can be negatively or positively from my approach, from my angle. So this is called quid pro quo or hostile working environment. That could be your second question. Easy. Now, so people, next, I want you to understand three definitions. One, understand. So I'm not asking you to read, mug up everything. Agreement. So someone who is affected is called as aggrieved. Affected. So against whom I am filing a case will be called as respondent. Okay. So I am the affected person. I call myself as the aggrieved woman. Against whom I am filing a case is called respondent. Okay. First point. Respondent means a person against whom the aggrieved woman has made a complaint. So respondent means a person against whom I have raised a ticket. Help at Arivu. Respondent against Sooraj sir not taking class properly. That could be Sooraj sir could be the respondent. You people are complainant. So a respondent means a person against whom you people has made a complaint. Now, who is an aggrieved woman? It can affected it in relation to a workplace. A woman of any age, whether employed or not. Why this word? Whether employed or not. You are an employee there. You got a sexual harassment. That also can be reported. You are a CS trainee there. You are a customer there. So in order to cover everyone, they said whether you are a employed in that organization or not. So it can be a customer. It can be a a person undergoing articleship, any person who alleged to have been subject to any act of sexual harassment by the respondent. So who is an aggrieved woman? Aggrieved woman can be in relation to a workplace, means a woman of any age. Any age. Whether employed in the organization or not. Who alleged to have. Alleged means he is filing a complaint. To have subjected to any act of sexual harassment by the respondent. Now, it can be a sexual harassment reported at a place. Say for example, I'm a rich person. I have two maid under me. There also it can be a sexual harassment. So they said another aggrieved woman can be in relation to a dwelling place or house. Woman of any age who is employed in such dwelling place or house. So two types of aggrieved women. One, in relation to a workplace, woman of any age, whether employed or not, who alleged to have been subject to any act of sexual harassment by the respondent. Two, in relation to a dwelling place or house, a woman of any age who is employed in such dwelling place or house. So we have seen who is an aggrieved woman, who is a respondent, and something called as Vishaga judgment. Vishaga judgment. Okay. Now, so you have understood two definitions: aggrieved woman, respondent. Third thing is, I want you to understand what is a workplace. Workplace. So workplace means any department, organization, undertaking, establishment, enterprise, institution, office, branch, blah 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 blah, under government, local authority, government company, corporation, corporate society, etc. They're talking about any organization coming under government. It can be government, local authority, government company, corporation, corporate society, etc. Oh, so only the sexual harassment at government is covered? No. It can be private sector also. It can be any private venture, any institution, establishment, trust, non-government organization, unit, blah blah blah, commercial, professional, occasional, education, anything. So it is covering not only government sector but private sector also. Okay, super. Then sir, hospitals, nursing homes. So you are covering any department, establishment under government, any private sector, then hospital or nursing homes. Sports institute, stadiums, sports complex, games venue, any place visited by the employee arising out of during the course of employment. You are going for a client audit. A client place, you are going for an audit. That client place is also arising out of your employment. That place is also covered. Now, including transportation provided by the employer for undertaking such journey. You are subject to, you came across a sexual harassment in your cab where they are dropping you, pick up, drop, or a dwelling place or house. So, what includes workplace? Workplace includes any organization, department of government, corporate society, etc. Any private place, hospitals, nursing homes, sports institute, stadium, etc. A place visited by the employee during or out of course of employment, then including the transportation provided by the employer, not the public transport, then dwelling place or house. Easy. Now, why did we learn this? Because of one concept. We have to remember one case law. Okay. House. You were working as a maid in house. There also can be a sexual harassment against you. Dwelling place. So you are an employee working under that house landlord. That place also. Farmhouses. It's not a proper employment place, but you are working under him. You will be the only employee there. That is also covered under workplace. So, okay. So people, what happened in this case law? The respondent who was facing a departmental inquiry for indulging in a sexual harassment of a senior woman officer. So a person was like under this prosecution. He became a respondent because one woman a senior woman filed a case against him against the sexual harassment. This person now, he argued that he could not be accused of sexual harassment at workplace as this misconduct took place not at workplace but at an official mess where the woman officer was residing. So what did they say? Sexual harassment at workplace, but this happened not at workplace. So he's not saying that I didn't do the crime. He said it's not covered under the POSH Act because it's not a sexual harassment report at workplace. In that scenario, they said, law said, workplace, High Court observed that the following factors would be having a bearing on determining whether the act has occurred in the workplace or not. So they said, in order to determine whether it's a workplace or not. So where did this even happen? Official, where? Official mess. Official mess. So the question is regarding whether the official mess is workplace. So this could be a question where they can draft a scenario where they can say workplace. So you have to write what is workplace. Easy to write. Government, private, blah 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 blah. Whether official mess is a workplace. Law. High Court said under this case law. Which case law? Saurakumar Malik versus Comptroller and Auditor General of India. They said the following 3 parameters should be checked to conclude that whether this is also a workplace. What are those? Proximity from the place of work. How close is this place from your normal place of work? First in place. Whether your management is having a control over such place or residence. Such a residence has to be an extension or integral part of working place. If these cases are there, we can still call that place as workplace. So, workplace need not be the place where, so assume that there is a canteen of ArivuPro next to building. A sexual harassment reported there can also be called as prevention of sexual harassment reported at a workplace, because in this case where they said workplace can be anything subject to the following conditions also. What are those conditions? Proximity from the place of work, control of the management over such place. Third point, such a residence has to be extension or integral part of the working place. If these places are done, then official mess where employee has been alleged to have the sexually harassed thing definitely fall under workplace. So this is how, if there is a, so in this scenario, you have to remember Vishaga, one name. Second name is Saurakumar Malik versus Comptroller and Auditor General. The question is regarding whether the following places will be called as workplace. So one of the incident can be, they can revolve around the word called as official mess. So understand that. Keep this question like a priority whenever you are reading. Only these points you have to write. You have to define what is work, or write something regarding what is workplace, and the term workplace is redefined under this case law, where they said that the following 3 parameters are there, then this place, which is official mess, can also be interpreted as workplace. Any sexual harassment report at that official mess can also be covered under POSH Act. Easy. Online. So how many questions so far? We have seen only 3 questions. We have seen different topics, but we have seen only 3 questions. One is outcome of Vishaga judgment. Second question regarding what are the types of workplace sexual harassment. Third point, in-depth analysis of what is workplace. Yes, sir. Okay. Okay. So question number 1 was outcome of Vishaga judgment. Second question was forms of sexual harassment at workplace. Workplace sexual harassment. Third question was let's redefine workplace. Okay. So you have to remember on case law also, including the case law. Saurakumar Malik versus Comptroller and Auditor General of India. Yes. Done now. Okay. Okay. Now let's start how the chapter has been built. This chapter says there are 2 committees with respect to sexual harassment. two committees. So this chapter is all about a complaint raised, a committee thinking about the thing, disposing, remedies available. Very easy. But the law talks about something called as internal complaints committee and local complaints committee. So these two can be a separate question. Write a short note on internal complaints committee under this law or local complaints committee under this law. So people, say for example, you have a big organization. Your organization is big. Then you should have a inside your organization something called as ICC. What are my organization very small? There are multiple small organizations. The total employees itself is 654. I can create a committee now. They said for these small organizations, you can go to a government. Government. Every district they have made a committee. That committee is called local complaints committee. So if your organization large, you should have internally a complaint committee called as internal complaints committee. Or if the organization is small, we'll see what is small and all. You should have a local complaints committee at government level. They will also think about the scenario, discuss the scenario, come with a solution. Okay. So first question. So understand, this is first question. Question number 4 on constitution of ICC. So our fourth question is ICC. Fifth question is LCC. ICC, LCC. Okay. An employer, this law requires an employer to set up an internal complaints committee at each office. So Arivu is having 4 branches. Then each office, each branch, if the organization is employing 10 or more employees, to hear and redress grievances pertaining to sexual harassment. So it applies to any organization, any organization and each branch, respective offices where they are having 10 or more employees. To what? To hear something and give a proper redressal of grievances, problems pertaining to sexual harassment. My question is, I have only one branch. Arivu has only one branch. My number of employees are 8. Should I create this? No. Okay. Should I create a ICC? I have 13 employees. All the 13 are male. Yes. Because it's not regarding. It's because the agreed woman can be employed person or not. You are having 13 people. There's one customer coming, one parent coming for admission, enquiry. Okay. So it never said 10 or more women employees. It said 10 or more employees. Okay. Law. So your organization having 10 or more employees. You should have a ICC built. Yes. Okay. Now let's read the points. So this is your first point. Every employer of a workplace shall by an order in writing constitute a committee to be known as ICC. But you write something saying that we are forming a committee called as ICC. Now, the composition of ICC. Who should be there in ICC? Very good opportunity for you people to earn something. You can sit as an external member. So every organization will be in need of a ICC, and one of the member is external. So you people can sit there and earn money. Okay, let's see. First point, it should have a presiding officer. The presiding officer shall be a woman employed at senior level at the workplace from amongst the employees. Meaning, presiding officer should be whom? A girl who is senior level among your employees. So I am taking a president from whom? My employee panel only. However, in case a senior level women employee is not available, the presiding officer shall be nominated from other office or administrative units of the workplace. So if this Arivu Bangalore branch is not having a senior woman, you can always take from some other branch of Arivu. Now, if it is not there, then the presiding officer shall be nominated from any other workplace of same employer. Arivu has a some other business, Arivu Bakehouse. You can take one senior employee from some other work of Arivu or other department or even other organization. So if the Arivu is not having a senior employee, women employee, should definitely hire a person from other employment. That's your presiding officer. That should be a woman. Now, that's first point. So Arivu's senior level employee should be the presiding officer. If this branch is not having, you have to hire from the other branches. If not, some other organization, you have to hire a presiding officer, who shall be a woman. Now, you should have members, not less than 2 members. Not less than 2 members from employees. So again, these two are from employees, preferably committed to cause of women, meaning they are people who feminism. Not feminism. They're like people who vouch for people. Yes, we should earn respect. We should get respect. Those kind of people are there in the organization. Try to bring them who's having experience in social work or you people, legal knowledge. So first we have seen a presiding officer. Then we have 2 more people from the employee panel, preferably having experience in social work or legal knowledge. Yes, sir. Then there should be 1 external member. NGO, non-governmental organization. NGO. So it's like some NGO or something who is committed to cause for women or a person familiar with issue related to sexual harassment. So some person who is famous, like an NGO official who can handle things well. Now my question is, can a male member be seated in this committee? Yes, because they say provide at least 1/2 of the total members should be, meaning there can be male members also, but make sure at least 50% should be women. Composition of ICC. Just read this, no? Online. Now, which among these points is, so my question is, can the members be male or female? Can external member be male or female? Can the presiding officer be male or female? No. The presiding officer should be woman. Like the rest of the things can be male or female, but make sure the composition should be having at least 50%. Done. The presiding officer and every member of internal compliance committee shall hold an office for not exceeding 3 years. So your tenure shall be 3 years. Okay. Now, you may get fees for external members. So external members might get fees. Might illa, we will give. Should give. So whatever social cost you say, you will not work without fees, no. Okay. So fees will be given for, it can be fees or allowances given to external member. Now, casual vacancy, meaning I'll throw you away. There can be a vacancy when you are contravening the provisions of the law. Convicted for any offense, has been found guilty or any disciplinary proceedings, or has abused his position. So, we might remove you from your post, causing a casual vacancy when you have contravened any of the provisions of the law, or convicted for an offense, arrested for an offense, or found guilty in any disciplinary proceedings, or has abused your position as a member. Then we will remove you from your post. That's all. So can be a 5-mark question. You have to understand, you have to constitute what is a composition, tenure, fees, casual vacancy. 5 points. Easy. So it should be constitution of the committee, composition of the committee, tenure of the office, fees to external members, fees not to fees to members, fees to external members, casual vacancy if they are contravening the provisions, convicted for an offense, some disciplinary action is against them, or you have abused your position. All these things might end up as a casual vacancy. Done now? Easy? Now, but we have something called as local complaints committee. So local complaints committee should be established at district level. At district level, the government is required to set up a local complaints committee to investigate and redress complaints of sexual harassment from the first point, unorganized sector. So if it's an unorganized sector, you will have to file a complaint to LCC, or establishment where ICC has not been constituted on account of establishment having less than 10 employees. So if it's less than 10 employees, you need not mandatorily have ICC. For those organizations, your preference should be LCC. 2 points. One is unorganized sector. Second is less than 10 employees. And third point, if the complaint is against the employer himself. Say for example, you are filing a case against that Anna. I understand. What if you are filing a case against the managing director? Anyway, your local committee will be saying, it's okay, no, it's okay, chill, relax. So when the question is regarding the employer directly, then also you need not file a case under, you should not file a case under ICC, you should come under LCC. So LCC applies to the following people. 1. If the organization is having less than 10 employees, then if it's an unorganized sector, or the respondent is employer himself, then the case should be filed to LCC. Okay, so 3 points. Unorganized sector, less than 10 employees, complaint against employer. Okay. Now, who should be this person? Who should be the person who is in charge? They're telling you it can be district magistrate, or additional district magistrate, or it can be collector or deputy collector. Should be. So every district, no. So district level, the powers will be handed over to either district judge magistrate, or additional district magistrate, or collector or deputy collector. So all the four, any of these four should be your person authorized to deal with LCC. So LCC will be headed by or organized by these people. Who? The following people. So district magistrate can form a committee, additional district magistrate can form a committee, collector or deputy collector may form a committee. Okay. Tell me the name of one district. One district. Coimbatore district. Okay. Do you think how many organizations will be there? So the district office shall designate one nodal officer in every block, taluka, tehsil, rural, tribal area, ward, municipality, blah 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 blah. So since the since the particular district can be so large, one person cannot handle everything. So he will appoint someone called as nodal officers for every block, taluka, tehsil, rural, tribal area, ward, municipality, etc., who shall forward the case to the district magistrate, additional magistrate, collector, deputy collector, as the case may be, within a period of 7 days from the receipt of the complaint. Okay. So you should appoint someone called as nodal officers. Okay. Now, composition. Your ICC had presiding officer. Here we have chairperson. So don't forget this. We have chairperson. Chairperson nominated from amongst the eminent women in the field of social work and committed to the cause of women. There is a chairperson. Eminent women in the field of, like prominent, one respected, one famous person who is dealing with social work or committed to the cause of women. Then one member to be nominated amongst the women working in block, taluka, tehsil, ward, etc. So one from these people, which block, taluka, tehsil, ward, etc. From there you take one. So one chairperson, expert person from the social work, social nature. Second is any member from the respective. So can I say that one of the nodal officers can be taken as a member? Because we have so many nodal officers for block, taluka. So you take one. Then two other members. Two members, at least one shall be women. So it can be male also. At least one shall be women. From where? NGO, who is familiar with issues relating to sexual harassment. So next one is two members. One shall be woman from a NGO familiar with cases regarding sexual harassment. Now, okay. Then they are telling you there's nominees, no? There are three. At least one should be having a background in law or legal knowledge. At least one of the nominees should be having background in. So nominee, at least one person should be having law knowledge. And at least one shall be from scheduled caste or scheduled tribe or other backward. So they're telling you in the nominate, so someone nominated from block, taluka, tehsil, etc. No, one of the nominees should be having legal knowledge and one of the nominees should be from SC, ST background. So we have seen chairperson, one nominated from block, taluka, etc. Two members, at least one shall be women from NGO, and the nominees, at least one should be having law knowledge, someone is having SC, ST background. Now, one more person is there, and Yes. Now, one more point. The concerned officer dealing with social welfare or women and child development in the district shall be a member ex officio. What is ex officio? Okay. Okay. So ex officio has nothing to do with past. Okay. So I can say that I can say Suraj sir will take labor laws in Bangalore, or I can just say any faculty who is taking labor laws in Chennai branch should be the faculty for Bangalore branch. So they are not specifying Suraj. It can be any person who is taking labor laws in Chennai will automatically come. So if it's some other faculty, he will automatically come for labor laws in Bangalore. So that concept is called ex officio. You're talking about a post. One post, because of that. So I can say principal of this college shall be the principal of that college also. Instead of saying Mr. A shall be the principal of that college, I can say principal of this Christ shall be the principal of that Christ as well. For that, we'll use the word ex officio, meaning you are like decorating that post. Automatically, will decorate our post. Ex officio. So they're telling you, in a district, someone who is taking care of women and child development should also be part of your ICC. In the district, someone who is taking care of women and child development in the district shall also be one of your member. Easy. So it will take time for you to mug up, because what are the composition? Then again, same 4 points will end up in casual vacancy, contravened supervision, convicted for offence, found guilty, abused his position. Same point. Easy. So as I told you, today we'll be finishing 2 chapters. Then from tomorrow, it's going to be tomorrow, Monday, one code, Tuesday, Wednesday, another code, Thursday, Friday, another code, Saturday, Sunday, another code. You have 4 codes. So the 2 codes are comparatively big. Some codes are okay. It will take time for codes. So if you miss a class on Sunday, either you watch the recording and come for Monday, or ignore Monday's class. So if you're attending Tuesday, Wednesday. If you're taking a planning to take a day off on Thursday, take Friday also. Then you can watch this recording, no, because you won't get that connection. If you miss, I'm giving you 1 day off. See how positive a faculty is. And those are not self-explanatory. This is like kind of manageable. So here, these chapters I'm not teaching you. I'm just marking points. But next codes, you will understand why this labor codes are important. You request. See. But they'll say no. They say wait, then come for Chennai branch. Online, all good? That's the vacancy. Shall, okay, you mean shall, the word shall you are interpreting. Shall means mandatory. So whenever you see the word shall, it's mandatory. Shall means mandatory, may means optional, but at times may can be used as mandatory. Because a company may be formed for lawful purpose. Same example, company may be formed for a lawful purpose. Doesn't mean that company may be formed for unlawful purpose. But whenever you see the word shall, it is mandatory, may means optional. So now people understand. Now it's good. See, these are easy. You might feel it boring also, some points. But instead of reading it again, like a self-study, or when you come like a watch a record a video, you will find that class was better. Because that way someone was explaining and you only Suraj sir is getting bored. You people are enjoying. So assume that it's a same as a class or company law class. Scene would have been different. For me, it's very difficult to switch. Usually, I take a break between classes. So if it's a CMSL, I take a 10 days break to come back to any other paper. Because my body cycle is accustomed to asking questions. CMSL, hey, how do you interpret this? Here it's like composition 1, 2, 3, 4. My role is very limited. But paper wise, it will change. So CMSL approach is different. So every subject will have a different approach. Your approach should also be different. For a labor law, you always look for a 5-mark question. Okay, this if I write 5 marks, this if I write 5 marks. But for a CMSL paper, company law, you will have to sit and interpret. Even if that faculty has made it clear, you have to sit and interpret again. It's not like a direct theory question. It can be a totally confusing question. So understand. JAGL, ECIPL will not be that problematic. It's going to be kind of direct questions. But for a company law, CMSL, you have to put a energy. That's why company law, you have to put a, like, see, you should be like having a serious preparation. Should be focused. Company law. Same applies to CMSL because these two are going to, say for example, you are working in a private company or an unlisted public company. With company law, you can survive. You know, company law, you can survive. But you are planning to grow. You're looking for an opportunity where it's a listed company. You will definitely have to work on a, see, I'll tell you. My friend was working in an unlisted company. So I helped him with some LODA provisions. LODA is a listing complaints provision. Now, this company went for a debt listing. Debt securities were listed. You remember, you could understand the listing and all. And 1 year it took for the listing process. And the salary was 120% hike. They gave a hike of 120%. Hike of 120. If it's 1 lakh, what is the salary? 2 lakh 20. Think about the hike. So that's where listing is very important. So if you don't want to work in the listed company, just take CMSL as a subject. Okay, CMSL done. Like any other subject. But don't take company law light because company law is very important for your life. But if you want to work in a listed company, no more compliances. Take serious attention for CMSL also. Then now professional, I would say understand, read, professional and clear. All the core papers, I would say it is an executive. So they say if you, I say if your executive is done, you will clear easily professional because that's a different exam. That's all. So I would say CS executive 2 papers, 2 groups will tell you whether you are eligible for a company secretary course. Then you write that as a part of your, because you want a membership number, you're writing exams, CS professional level. Your knowledge level is there, but understand, first time you are learning the depth will happen only in executive. So company law and CMS should be your core. Sir, you are a labor law faculty. Why are you not vouching for your paper? I'm saying labor law will help you to clear. It doesn't mean that labor law is your future. You have to understand labor laws. That will work, will have an impact. But the major impact will come from company law and CMSL. Because now, these days, I get messages from qualified people asking for a refresher. Qualified people saying that he was working in a private company or unlisted public company for 10 years. The company is going for listing now. Now, you would have done or studied some CMSL 10 years back, or 20 years back. No idea. So I asked him to purchase recorder class. What to go? What to do? Okay. Okay. Now let's talk about complaint. They can again ask as a direct question called as complaint, and second question is conciliation. Let's talk about complaint. Complaint complaint conciliation. Okay. Now, people again direct question. Explain the term complaint under your law. So complaint. So any agreed woman may make a in writing. So complaint should be in writing. A complaint of sexual harassment at workplace to the internal committee or local committee, as the case may be, within a period of 3 months from the date of incident, or if it's a series of incidents, within 3 months from the date of last report incident. So easy point. An agreed woman may make a complaint writing to the internal complaints committee or local committee, as the case may be. You should be knowing when local committee will come into picture. When will local committee? Less than 10 people, unorganized sector, or a question is against the employer. So I should make a complaint within a period of 3 months from the date of incident, or 3 months from the date of series of incident, last incident, repeated harassments. So third incident, I was okay, not okay, kind of okay. Now I'm like, no, done. So the last incident I can report within 3 months. Now, presiding officer or any member of internal committee or chairperson or any member of local committee, this person shall render all help for her making a complaint. See, she don't know the format now. She is not knowing the format. Who should help? The president or member of ICC or chairperson or member of LCC. Help her. So this is first point. Second is helping her. Okay. Now, you have to make a complaint within 3 months. This committee may, for reasons record in writing, if you feel she was hospitalized for 4 months, then do you think she can make a complaint in 3 months? No. Then for some reasons she may extend limit not exceeding 3 months, meaning 3 months you have to make a complaint. Some reasons they can extend it for another 3 months. Okay, they may extend the period for another 3 months. Now, who should make a complaint? Agreed woman. Where the agreed woman is unable to make a complaint because of her physical or mental incapacity, or maybe death also, then the complaint can be made by her legal heirs, or such a person as may prescribe may make a complaint under this section. So, because of her physical or mental traumas or death, or even death, her legal heirs or some authorized representative can still make a complaint on her behalf. The written complaint should contain a description of each incident, relevant dates, timing, location, name of the respondent, and the working relation between the parties. So it shall state the description of an incident, relevant dates, timing, locations, name of the respondent, and working relation between the parties. Very easy question. And in last section they asked the question on complaint. Explain complaint under sexual harassment. Again, easy. You have to read. You can write. Very manageable points. Explain what is complaint under sexual harassment act. But they will build as a story, one paragraph. This woman went like this. This incident happened in April. Now she was under mental trauma. Now can her legal representative file a case? Yes. When should they file? Within 3 months of the event or repeat event. What if she's illiterate, then that person, president officer, should help her in writing the complaint. Those things. That's how you. What should be the content of the complaint? Description, date, time, location, name of the respondent, working relation between the parties. Easy. Now, people, whenever you get you are local committee or internal complaints committee, whenever you answer your ICC, you got a complaint. What will you do? Investigate. So they said, don't do investigation. Wait. If the gravity of the issue is small, not like say for example, sir, every night he send a message in Instagram. That's only complaint. So I feel that it's a sexual harassment, because verbal can also be a sexual harassment. Now, what should I do? I will like, sir, it's okay for me if you say sorry 100 times, he write sorry, or he for next 4 days he should not use lift, always climb the stairs. If these are things, these are the punishments which I am expecting, it's better not to go with inquiry, because I'm not, the gravity of the issue is not too much. Then first step, law is saying, go with a conciliation, like an amicable settlement, out of court settlement. It's not like a legal proceedings. It's like a something where you do peacefully. Now my question is, they use a word like this: internal committee or local committee may optionally, before initiating an inquiry, meaning before going to the second stage of inquiry, investigation, they can take steps to settle the matter between her and the respondent through something called as conciliation. Now people, outcome of conciliation is called settlement. The judgment, no, or the okay, we have heard the parties, this is my outcome. The outcome of the conciliation process is called settlement. Understand that it can never be monetary settlement. It should be saying sorry, using the lift, no lifter, cry in front of me, block me on Instagram, change his designation, change him to some other branch. It can be anything, but it can never be a 5,000 rupees. Okay. Now my question is, can the respondent says that, sir, let's go with conciliation? So remember, at the request of agreed woman. So your conciliation can start only at the request of affected person, not at the request of respondent. So internal complaints committee or local committee, as the case may be, before initiating a inquiry or investigation, may, at the request of agreed woman, take steps to settle. What is settlement? The outcome of conciliation between her and respondent, but ensure that it can never be a monetary concern. Now, where you came through a settlement, the internal committee or local committee shall record the settlement and forward the same to employer or district officer, as the case may be. So who is taking the issue? Either ICC or LCC. But who is the authority? Employer or district officer, magistrate, additional magistrate, collector, etc. So once this party has come with the solution, you keep it in writing and forward the same to your head. Head can be employer of the organization or district officer of the LCC of the district. The internal committee or local committee, as the case may be, shall provide the copies of settlement, so recorded to the agreed woman and to the respondent. forward the copy of the settlement order to the agreed woman as well as the respondent. Now understand, if that's done, no further inquiry shall be conducted by ICC or LCC where such settlement is arrived. So if the settlement is arrived, we will not jump into inquiry or investigation as the case may be. We are happy because the agreed woman is happy, respondent is also said sorry. If that be the case, we will forward that to the employer or district officer as the case may be. There ends the proceedings. You don't have to sit for inquiry. You don't have to sit and decide or investigate in the affairs. Okay, so they can ask you a question on conciliation. Again, easy question, conciliation. Isda, tell me, how are you? Easy topic. That's why you might get bored because it's very easy. Trust me, it's very easy. That's why you are feeling that sir, too much theory. Okay, good. Yes. Tell me, Ram. We have 8 days to motivation. 8 days more for motivating. Labor loss, no. You will not see me again. Sad part of life is we'll meet for only CS professional. Marathon is online only, no. You watch. YouTube only, no. Not like physical class, no. You people don't even sit for marathon. I don't want you people to sit in marathon. Why do you want to spare that next 8 hours? Don't sit for marathon. Or watch the previous marathon if you want. I don't want you to marathon. You have attended a regular class. Attend marathon. सोचना भी मत. If there's a marathon, we'll do. If not, watch the June marathon. That's fine. No change. Between June attempt and December attempt, there's no change. It's already available in YouTube now. But concept wise, you have to be strong. Marathon will be only productive if you know the concepts. If you're not, marathon will not help you for clearing. You know the basics, marathon will help you. Because you are bored and someone is teaching you. That's the only purpose of marathon. What strategy? Labor loss. Stay out of your Instagram. Come out of your comfort zone. Sit, read. You have to ensure that next 1.5 years of your life, you have to sacrifice so that your future is good. Or enjoy life, struggle. Either you sacrifice the next 1.5 years and enjoy life, or like enjoy a normal life at least, or enjoy now, pay back later. You think it's very easy to crack CS? See, it's less than 80,000 members in the country. How many members are there in the country? Total company sectors qualified. 80,000. So, think about the companies in India. See, assume that every month we'll take some figure. 1,000 companies are incorporating. Minimum. It can go up to 1,000 to 3,000, 3,500. In 1,000 companies, incorporations. One PCS office, my PCS office used to do minimum 22 incorporation a month. 22 incorporation a month. 22 incorporation by one practicing company secretary office in Chennai. One. There are 10 practicing companies in Chennai. 10 illa. You have 50, 60. Okay, each practice office is doing 10 10 incorporation per month. Think about the company secretary offices in India. So minimum, say, asking that 4,000 incorporation, bare minimum, 4,000 incorporation a month. And there are maybe thousands of these big companies, which is mandately in need of appointing company secretary. 10 crores paid up capital. Okay. So 4,000. So 1,000 into that whole year will give you 12,000. 1 lakh. 12,000. 12,000 companies which are in need of company secretaries. Now, for every exam, how many people are qualifying? We'll take 3,300 people into 2. 6,600 people are qualified every year. And every year you have a demand of 12,000 and your supply is what? 6,000. So, there's a demand more, but the supply is very less. Still, only if you're having a decent quality, they'll help you out. If your quality is not good, they'll say no. Next attempt. Because we need that quality. So if your quality is decent, if you put a decent effort to clear this course, rest is taken care of. But ensure that you are doing. And remember, whenever you get time, research on Gift City, IFSCA. I told you, that's going to be next level. Because you get everything happen. So IFSCA is something which is happening in Gujarat as a separate place. So that separate place is what? It is outside India, technically outside India, but in India. Assume there is a place in UK. The Gift City is like a place in UK. Because it is in Gujarat, still we call it as outside India. Now outside India means what is a currency? It's not rupees, dollars. Now we are working there. What will you earn? In dollars you can earn. Because it's a foreign place, foreign jurisdiction. That way it's very good. And very less companies like this know in and out of IFSCs. IFSC is now built recently and it's growing. Not every company secretary know what is IFSC, what is happening in IFSC. How many of you heard of IFSC? Heard about IFSC. Okay, good. So what happens in IFSC? IFSC has everything. Your BSc NSE stock exchange will be in some kind of BSc NSE will apply in IFSC. Companies in India will be having companies in IFSC. Separate. Banks in India, there will be banks in IFSC also. So that's going to be the future. That's the future. Now there are very less company secretaries in India to survive India. To serve India. IFSC is one step ahead. So work on that. Make sure you focus on CMSL. IFSC, there's one chapter. CS professionals, there is something called as IFSC. Corporate paper. Corporate finance. So you people will not come for my CMSL, but you will come for my corporate finance. There I will teach you IFSCA. So understand that. Future. So that way, it's good. After professionals, fine. No, bro, you don't have a stress of studying, no. After professional, you are done with studying, no. It's only training. Then what if you are failing? You can't think about that probability, If I have thought like that, I would still be doing my CS executive, I finished CS executive, I wrote CS professional, then I said, okay, I'll be free, comfortable, go for CS professional. So I finished my CS professional, went for articleship. You can plan accordingly. Your call. I was like, okay, I'll finish CS professional so that even if I have to work overtime, I don't mind working. Because you don't have to sit and study again. You finished everything, no? So that way, my mindset was like, clear CS professional, go for articleship. You can plan accordingly. Your call. Yes, sir. What other questions you have? No questions on CS. Already decided your future. I've seen next 5 years. No idea. You got motivation sessions so far? Oh, there was some motivation session. So it's okay. Good.
Will financial modeling and valuation
Financial
modeling and valuation
kind of. Finance and CS is not that connected. We're more into law now, legal side now. But yes, you have to give opinions on finance. Some opinions will happen to you.
I mean, valuation reports for the company.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily you will sit for a valuation report. You will go with the complaints track. This legal complaints is done. Valuation are very limited. Some kind of numericals. Say for a company is going for a buyback. Company is going for a delisting. Some kind of place. That acquisition. Those places where you might have to sit for valuation. Otherwise, very rare. That to valuation will be outsourced. Not necessarily you will sit for valuation. Nice. Numbers. Only new. Okay. People, next step. Inquiry into complaint. The internal complaints committee or local committee, as the case may be, where the respondent is an employee. Then proceed to make inquiry into the complaint in accordance with the provisions of service rule applicable to the respondent. So internal complaints committee or local committee, where the respondent is an employee, then we will do an inquiry into the complaint in accordance with service rules, which is provided. So every company will have its service rules. If there is a misconduct happening, how will I inquire? There is a service rule. So if the respondent is an employee, we'll usually use service rule. So what if I'm not having a service rule? Then you have to see what is prescribed in the law. So if there is a service rule, inquiry should be done as per the service rule. If there is not service rule, then as per this law. Which law? POSH Act. So what about domestic workers, sir? What about domestic worker? In case of domestic worker, local committee shall, if prima facie exists, forward the complaint to the police within a period of 7 days after registering a case under Indian Penal Code. Now, they are telling you, if it's a, so I would say like this. Say for example, internal committee or local committee, if the respondent is an employee, what they'll do? They'll treat the question as per service rule. If not, as per POSH Act. Clear? But with respect to domestic worker, I feel that there is a case existing. There is a problem, genuine problem happening. Then I will directly forward the case to police. So in case of respondent being an employee, you can treat as per service rules or as per POSH Act. But the case has come from a domestic worker, you don't have to sit and work because it's not an employee issue. It's domestic worker and is like owner of the house. Then what you do if there's a case existing, meaning there's an issue involved, the gravity is so high, straight away forward the case to the police within a period of 7 days. Okay. Now, so two scenarios where there's an inquiry. One more scenario. Where the agreement informs the ICC or LCC that any term or condition set in arrived has not been complied by the respondent. So, second stage, We said no, it's okay for a settlement. Settlement order said sorry, 10 times sorry. Employer said I'll say sorry. Now he is not complaining with that. Then also they'll see if the gravity is okay, they'll do the inquiry. The gravity is so high, they'll directly file a case to police. So 3 scenarios. 1, if the issue is more, they can directly file a case and they can directly inquire. Or issue was less, we went with the conciliation and the respondent is not complying with the conciliation order. There also you can go with the second stage called as inquiry. So inquiry can happen like this. It can, if the issue is very serious, prima facie we can take an inquiry. Issue is small, we went with a settlement, but the person has not complied with settlement. There also you can initiate inquiry. You are able to see the difference? 1, after a settlement, the parties are not complying with the settlement order. There also you can start a inquiry, or if the issue is so high also, you can start a inquiry. During the course of inquiry, parties should be given an opportunity of being heard, and copy of findings shall be available to both parties, enable them to make representation against the findings before the committee. So, once you are doing the inquiry, who is doing the inquiry? The particular committee. They'll find the inquiry, they'll do the inquiry, they will make sure the findings of the inquiry is forwarded to both the parties so that they can stand before the committee and say that they can defend themselves now. So the report of the inquiry should be forwarded to both the parties, both the agreed women as well as respondent. The court may, when the respondent is convicted of an offence, order payment of such sums as it may consider appropriate to the aggrieved woman by the respondent. So people, inquiry is happening in police, then it will go to a court. There the outcome may be what? You have seen the difference? In a conciliation, your outcome can never be monetary, but it goes to the next stage. When the court is deciding the subject matter, your outcome can be ordering a payment made by the respondent to the agreed woman. So understand, conciliation can never come outside. I mean, your monetary amount can never come as a outcome of conciliation, but for inquiry, after the inquiry, court may order for payment of compensation in the form of money. Okay, one more point. The Post Act stipulates that ICSI and LCC, whenever they are inquiring into a complaint, they will have the same powers of civil court under CPC. So, only the heading. Understand? They are doing an inquiry, no? Usually the inquiry process will be done by court. So they are telling you, during this inquiry process, both ICC and LCC will have the same powers of civil courts in India. Easy? So let's talk about, let's summarize what happened in inquiry into complaint. Inquiry into complaint. LCC or ICC can make an inquiry if the respondent is an employee. Respondent is an employee, I can give an inquiry. And this should be as per service rules. No service rule exists, then as per Post Act. But regarding the domestic worker, if there is a prima facie case existing, will forward the same to police within a period of 7 days. Or conciliation was in place, but the respondent is not reacting properly to the conciliation. There also you can give the complaint as to the inquiry department, like inquiry can be initiated. You have to inquiry the details should be recorded in writing and be forwarded to both parties. Now, one more point with respect to this, court may order a payment. Court may order a payment. Second point, when you are dealing with POSH Act, local committee or ICC will have the same powers of civil courts in India. Easy. Online. Pictorial you won't think will be easy. It's like something which I write in my mind. So how many faculties you have met? 2. Oh, okay. Oh, Sai sir also. 5. Who are those 5 faculty? Is it okay to present answers in pictorial manner? No. To write in bullet points. Huh. 5 faculties. Name those 5 faculties. Huh. Huh. Okay. You people 2 faculties only. You're yet to explore Arivu. Since you are in Bangalore, you will see only my face once. Chennai, you would have seen like 3 times. Sir, odd sir. You again? Alas, you again will happen. Yes, people, tell me. What's up? Success? Like you are like looking tensed or happy? Okay, normal. Tensed, because of CS exams. Because of results, you people gave your attempt. Oh. You people are writing for the very first time. So how many have given an attempt? They given in June attempt, Group 2. Huh? This is same group. Okay. Self-study. Then group 1. Group. The same group. Group 2. Group 2. Group 2. Online. See, as a faculty, I'll be very happy on August 25. Last time, February 25. No, February. I finished my company law classes in Jan, then came back for labor laws in the month of February. So during that time, result got announced. No, February 25. So people are sitting in the classroom and they cleared. Super. 24th and they'll be like this, sir, no more labor law, sir. 1 day break, sir. I said, no, you come to the class. First attempt now. Group 1, this is the first attempt. You have never been to my class now. We are meeting for the very first time now. Consider this as your first attempt. So that day you will see faculty is enjoying. Faculty is blushing. Thank you. Happens. So people consider this as your first attempt. If in case you are failing, after meeting Sooraj sir, that's your first attempt. I count on this set from this attempt. Ask the nothing. No discussions. You said you will take a break today, no? No, tomorrow. How many days you are taking? Oh, every day, 2 days off. You are like following the industrial code rule. If you miss on January, Monday, you have to finish Tuesday. Oh. You people, try not to miss a class. Okay. First rule of clearing CS executive, CS professional. Okay. Okay. So people, action during pendency of inquiry, meaning during the inquiry. So inquiry is happening now. So during the inquiry, I find it difficult to face it. Every day I am coming here, I am seeing the same face. So the agreed women during the pendency, so at her request, so there is a request given by her, the internal committee or local committee may recommend to the employer like this. 1. Please transfer this agreement to any other office during the proceedings. Make sure you sit in the Chennai branch. Don't come to Bangalore. Wait. Or let her take rest. You can give her 3 months of paid leave. Or grant such other relief to the agreed woman as the case may be. Okay, what are other benefits? Say for example, your shift is morning to evening. A respondent should work after evening to night, like night shift, so that I will not come to that place. I'll never see that face during the inquiry stage. So this also they ask for 5 marks. Very easy question. 5 marks, there are only 3 points. Understand? So action during the inquiry. So the next question can be during inquiry. Yes, sir. One more point I will break. Okay. Usually I don't keep classes on a Sunday, but here I don't have a choice because I was supposed to start my classes on Thursday. There also I missed 1 day. No. 1 day is technically 5 hours. So in my Chennai branch, I'll plan accordingly. I'll have a Sunday off. I'll have to go. No. Next paper when will I come? They said okay. You come back in the month of January. Okay. You people are okay. one small code. One code I'll teach in January. Why da? Yeah, after December you can after December you are attending the exams. January will come and teach one code. See, that's why I'm telling you sacrifice now. Because if you ask me now, I don't have any chance. I respect the hostelers. One day they can wash the clothes, sleep well. I respect that, but I don't have a choice. So sorry, Manichiringa. So we give 20 minutes break and 10 minutes break later. 20 and 10, so that we can try to wrap up early. Next topic is inquiry report. What is it?
That is also a question.
See, I didn't say. I'm not saying that they have asked. They may ask. So we are checking all probabilities wherever you can ask. Get a 5 mark question. Okay. Okay. The action report to be submitted by IC or LC after conducting inquiry under the Act. This section is regarding what is the report, inquiry report taken by ICC or LCC. Okay. So, on completion of an inquiry, IC or LC shall provide a report of its findings to the employer or district officer, as the case may be, within a period of 10 days. See, of 10 days. Within a period of 10 days illa. Period of 10 days. 10 days from the date of completion of inquiry. Okay. Okay. Where the ICC or LCC arrives at a conclusion that allegation against a respondent has not been proven, then it shall recommend to the employer and the district officer that I don't have to take any action. That no action is required to be taken in the matter. So if the allegation is not proved, I'll drop the case, meaning no action is to be taken. Okay. Allegation has been proven. So, 2 probabilities. So, after the report, you can give 2 outcomes. 1, allegation is not proved, then ignore the matter. Allegation is proven, then okay. Then take an action for sexual harassment as misconduct in accordance with the provisions of service rules applicable to respondent. If not, as per the Act. Where no such service rule, such man as may prescribe as per the Act. Now, so what is the outcome? So inquiry report should be submitted by the local committee or ICC to the concerned head, employer or district magistrate, as the case may be. If it's not proven, then drop the proposal. If it's proven, first thing, take a action as per the service rule. If no service rule, as per this law. Then second step is to deduct from the salary or wages of the respondent such amount Ask may be considered appropriate to be the paid to the agreement or to her legal heirs. So, deduct from the salary of the respondent such sum as is appropriate to be given to the agreement, or the agreement is dead to the legal heirs. Where? I didn't say conciliation, it's inquiry, no. Conciliation is that amicable settlement. There you don't have you have only sorry. Manjiringa sir. Lift, walking stairs, those things. This here, inquiry. No. Conciliation is one stage. If conciliation is not working, go with inquiry. After inquiry. Two outcomes. It can be conciliation or inquiry. Come again. A conciliation failed also, you can go for inquiry. Okay, now. One more point. Employer is unable to make a deduction from the salary of the respondent due to his being absent from duty or cessation of employment. What if he took a leave now? I said I'll deduct 10,000 from his salary. Now he stopped working. Then I may direct the respondent to pay sum to the agreed woman. I'll ask him, hey, you pay from your pocket. Because your salary I can deduct. Because you are not working. Next month if you are not working, how will I deduct from the salary and due to that? Okay. Now, I ask him to pay the money. Again, respondent fails to pay the sum. Then, internal committee or local committee may forward the order of recovery of the sum as per land revenue of the concerned district officer. Meaning, say for example, I told him I'll deduct from the salary. He said he escaped. Now, I'll ask him to pay from his pocket. He's not paying. I will forward this case to district officer. He will initiate a land revenue. What is land revenue? Nothing. He'll take his property, sell and pay. Freeze his bank account, take that money and pay. Some other thing as per the law. So, first thing. So, what is the outcome of inquiry if it's proven? 1. It is treated as misconduct as per service rule. Second, deduct from the salary and pay compensation. If not, ask him to pay. If not, recover as per the land revenue law. Okay. Inquiry report. So, inquiry report points. Local committee or ICSI we should have to make a action report or inquiry report forward to the employer or district magistrate as the case may be. If it is proven not guilty, nothing is taken. Proven guilty, 2 outcome. 1, it is treated as a misconduct as per service rule. 2, deduct the salary or ask him to pay or give it to like a revenue officer to recover as per the revenue laws. Easy. Then we are almost done with this chapter. Previous attempt they asked this question. Punishment for false. Next topic. False or malicious complaint. So, false act, as I told you, if you see the past question paper, every time one question. And for labelers, I don't want you to go check the past question papers and practice and all. Understand? Remember points and go for exam. Cool. But understand, they will give you a first paragraph, one big paragraph. Every exam, there's going to be a paragraph. You'll go for an exam hall expecting a question on what company law. What do you mean by a company and all? They'll give you a first 3 pages paragraph. That moment, your mind will say, okay, sir, next attempt. Should not happen. Ignore that 2 paragraphs. 2 paragraphs are technically 2 or 3 pages. Take that. Now read the questions. You will find that it's very easy. They wanted to ensure that first time when you're writing a question paper, you're seeing in your school now English exams, they'll give a paragraph and write from the answer. Same thing, same applies here. They'll give a paragraph. That paragraph will be extended to 3 pages to ensure that you tell yourself that no sir, this is not my attempt. So ignore that. That's your first rule. first motivation step. Tell yourself, what's 3 pages? 3 pages. What is 3 pages? I'll go to the next page. I'll see that question. It'll be very easy. Okay. So take a break. Come back in 20 minutes. Only room, all good? Yes, sir. Shifting your register office. AC. You called. I'm okay.
She wants it there.
Online, you're back. All good. Okay. People understanding labor laws? Comfortable. Okay. Yes, people. Run now. AC temperature, everything is done.
No, not me. That I don't want to.
Okay. I'm okay with anything. And I see any other wheel and put so you give me no AC also I'm 100% fine. I need that wheel. I see. I'm happy when I come out of Chennai branch. Wow, umbrella and wheel. Here now it's like too chill. Not a fan. Okay. So people, answer is very simple. Next question is regarding punishment for false, fake complaint or fake evidence. Okay. People, answer is simple. You have to write this. I'll explain the answer. In accordance with the provisional service rules applicable, where no service rule, in such manner as may prescribed. That's the answer. So if there is a service rule, COVID service rule, if not, as per this law. What? Sir, if where the Internal Complaints Committee or local committee arrives at a conclusion that allegation against the respondents is fake, they are given a malicious, okay, or the agreement or the complaint has been made knowing it to be false, or the agreement or other person has made a complaint as provision for the misleading document. So your complaint is fake or the evidence is fake. So you're given a fake case or given a fake document with. So it may recommend the employer or the district officer, as the case may be, to take an action against the woman or the person who has made the complaint under section 9, as the case may be, in accordance. So they're telling you this particular woman has given a fake or malicious complaint or has produced a fake or forged evidence, you will be punished as per the service rule or as per the POSH Act. That's one thing. Second, first thing. Sir, second person, where the committee arrives at a conclusion that during the inquiry, any witness has given a false evidence or produced a false or misleading document, then also there is a recommend to take an action according to the service rules or as may be prescribed. So this applies to the agreed woman giving a fake complaint or producing a fake document, as well as some witness. Some witness is giving a fake witness or producing a fake document. Then you have to for that particular false or malicious complaint or false evidence produced by the agreed woman or by the witness, both will be dealt as per service rules. If the service rule is not there, as per POSH Act. Employer is having a service rule. Service rule da. Hey, whenever you are getting appointed, I'll give a set of terms and conditions in my company. That code of conduct, service rules. Okay then done. Okay. So it should be for a fake complaint given by the agreed woman or fake document given by the agreed woman or fake evidence given by the witness. Then if it's proven fake, it should be dealt as per service rules or as per POSH Act. Now, it is provided that mere inability to substantiate a complaint or provide adequate proof need not attract an action against complainant. Meaning, just because you are not able to give a proper evidence doesn't mean that it's a fake complaint. If it's a fake complaint, if they can prove that yes, they given a complaint, but there is no CCTV working, they are not able to produce a document, that doesn't mean that the complaint is fake. If you made a fake complaint, you will be dealt as per service rules or POSH Act. Your inability to produce a substantial evidence doesn't mean that your allegation is fake. So 3 points. Can I go for defamation suit against such a fake allegation? Yes, 100%. So you are giving a false, malicious complaint or false evidence. You will be the person, agreed woman should be punished as per service rules or as per POSH Act. Sir, agreed woman said complaint, and I saw that. Then witness should also be treated as per service rule or POSH Act. Third, your inability to produce document doesn't mean that you have made a fake complaint. So your inability doesn't mean that it's a fake complaint. Okay, done now. So then next topic is regarding fake complaint. Yes, sir. So fake complaint. So I think December 2025 they have asked a question on fake complaint or how do you treat a fake complaint or fake witness as per POSH Act? What answer is nothing. Service rules or may be prescribed, which is nothing but POSH Act. Very easy question.
Can you please repeat the second and third?
Second and third. Third is regarding fake witness. You gave a complaint. She said, I saw that. That is proven fake. She was not a proper witness. Then also, she is also under service rules. Now, you said there was a sexual harassment against you. You are not able to give a document. That doesn't mean that it's a fake complaint. Your mere inability to produce a document doesn't mean that you are fake. You have to give evidence. Your inability is not, you are giving a fake evidence. Yes. You are not having evidence doesn't mean that you're automatically it means that you are making a fake complaint. Illa. It says, yes sir, she is giving a complaint, but her inability to produce a evidence doesn't mean that it's a fake complaint. Yes sir. Now, next question. They can ask you factors to be kept in mind to determine the compensation. After inquiry, they'll award you compensation. What is compensation? The monetary, this much penalty you have to pay. So, what are the factors to be kept in mind for this compensation? So, the next question is regarding factors considered for awarding a compensation. Okay, what are the factors to be considered? You tell me what are the factors we will consider. 1 lakh rupees penalty. 1. You have to think about her mental trauma. Her mental trauma. Okay. Her pain, her suffering, her emotional distress, her loss in career opportunity due to this incident of sexual harassment. First point, her mental trauma, pain, emotional distress, etc. Then, her loss in career opportunity due to this harassment, her medical expense for physical, psychiatric, etc. The 3 points regarding her, 2 points regarding him. His income and financial status, his feasibility of payment the amount in lump sum or installments. So, what are the factors I have to keep in mind? Her agreed woman's mental trauma, agreed woman's how much of loss of career opportunity because he has to take a leave of 6 months. Her promotion got suspended. Then, how much medical expense she incurred for this sexual harassment. 3 points. Then, you have to consider the income and financial position of the respondent as well as whether he is okay to pay the amount in a lump sum or his salary is very low that you have to give him installment thing. So, these are the factors to be kept in mind while you determine a compensation. Again, a 5-mark question. Factors. 3 points, agreed woman. 2 points, respondent. What are the 2 points of respondent? Financial status and feasibility of payment in one or single. Then, her mental trauma, her pain, her loss in career opportunity, her medical expense.
So,
Medical-
monetary compensations.
Huh.
Respondent will not be sent to jail.
They're talking about if I'm giving a monetary compensation, what are the factors to be kept in? In as per Post Act, I will not give him to jail because it is an employee-employer relation now. Then, second stage, inquiry, police station, FIR, judge, that will happen. So, because of your employment, this is the compensation. Yes, sir. Now, people, my favorite question in this chapter, this one. Read this paragraph and tell me what did you infer. People have read something as Right to Information Act, JAJL. Super. Then happy. Tell me what do you mean by this provision?
Agreement details.
Agreement details?
Respondent may also details should not be published.
Okay. But RT says any information you can collect now. It's not personal. It's not personal. It's about information about a government department. Can I give?
About government department.
Yes, sir. Upper government. So your workplace include a government department, no?
No.
So there is a fight between RTA and Post Act. Post Act says secret mission. RTA gives a permission for you to get the information. So they use the word like this. Notwithstanding, you have to write this language. notwithstanding or irrespective of the fact something is said in RTA. You have to write like this. So someone is asking, sir, can I get information about this using RTA? They said no. How, sir? Any information can be collected? No. They said notwithstanding anything contained under RTA. Meaning here post act is sitting on the head of, they are overriding RTA Act saying that not irrespective of something, some powers given in RTA, we are ignoring that. Notwithstanding anything contained under RTA Act, the contents of complaint, identity and address of agreement, respondent, witness, any information related to the conciliation inquiry, a recommendation of internal complaints committee, action taken by the employer or district officer shall not be published, communicated or made available to public, press or media in any manner. So, notwithstanding the power is given on the RTA, this law is saying, hey RTA, you don't have a right to sit under and investigate into, try to collect information regarding a post reporter in my organization. I have an upper hand. Okay. It is provided that, further provided that, information may be disseminated, meaning shared, regarding the justice secured to any victim of sexual harassment under this without disclosing the name, address, blah blah blah, etc. Say for example, you are a research student, you are getting information, you need information. They can say, yes sir, in our company something happened, this kind of incident happened, and this much of compensation is paid. Sir, who? That we will not share. So for the purpose of information, without telling the identity of the respondent or agreement, we can share the inputs. It's so particular, we may share inputs in such a manner that identity of respondent and aggrieved woman is hidden. That can be hidden and you can give inputs. So, notwithstanding anything under the RTA, you need not give the information pertaining to complaint, identity and address of women, agreed woman, respondent, witness, or information regarding the conciliation inquiry or recommendation of ICC, etc., or even the action taken report. Shall not be punished, published, communicated, or made known to public. But for information purpose, you may give the information. You may give the information without giving identification of agreed woman, witness, etc. Pakka? Clarity? Yes, sir. Online? Okay. So, when the question is asked now, you have to write this word. That will save you time. If not, you have to write, this will have upper hand, this will sit on the head. Instead of that, they are writing, notwithstanding anything contained under RTA, meaning post act will sit on the head of RTA. Okay. Usually RTA is a very powerful law, but for a post related information, you need not share those information. For that, we are using the word notwithstanding anything contained under Right to Information Act. Okay. Appeal, you can appeal, blah blah blah. Now, people, duties of employer can be a question. Duties of employer. So next topic is regarding probably the last topic. Okay. three more headings. One is big, other two are small. Duties of employer. So people tell me, duties of employer. What do you think are the duties of the employer? Let's take 5 easy points. Provide a safe working environment at the workplace, which shall include safety from the person coming into contact at the workplace. It can be any person, supplier coming, customer coming, any person. Display at a conspicuous place, not in kitchen, but in balcony. What? The penalty of this thing, so that people will be scared. Who? That scary thing, they are keeping at this penalty at a proper place. Organize workshops and awareness programs at regular intervals for sensitizing the employees with the provisions of the act. To give them some programs helping them understand the logic. Why this law? Provide necessary facilities for internal committee or local committee as a case may be when they are dealing with a complaint. Give proper help for internal committee or local committee as the case may be. Assist securing the attendance of respondent witness before the committee. Make sure you bring those people. A employee, respondent, witness, come here. So make sure you are bringing them to the internal committee or local committee. One more point. Make available whatever information you are having. Make sure you are availing that at the time of complaint. So any 5 points I'm taking. Okay. If you want, you can read more, but 5 points I want. You have already seen 6 points. Those are easy points. So read that. Minimum you need 5 points. If you want, you can add these points, but I'm telling you, first 5 is comparatively easy. Notice board regarding the punishment, so that people will be scared. What if I put in the front board? You will penalty. I will suspend you. I will kill you with a gun. So I will not come. No girls, stay away. Yeah. Yes, sir. Think. ArivuPro has a symbol where you have guns. Like this. You talk something to Instagram message. You do a Instagram message to a girl. He'll shoot you. Like this policy that we are having in our organization. Easy, huh? Now, other allied, next 2 points are allied still, but for your purpose I am giving. Okay, only the heading. This committee, committee to submit annual report. Say for example, local committee should give a report to district magistrate. Internal committee should give a report to employer. They should give annual report every year on report. Then this report should be part of your company's annual report. So report of post given by the committees to the employer as well as district magistrate as a case may be. This report should also be part of your board's report or annual report. When you read Companies Act, you'll understand section 134 subsection 3 regarding the contents of board's report. One of the content is information regarding sexual harassment. That too is an amendment. So probably that can be a question for a company law. So 2 things they will not ask you, but understand committees should give the report to the respective heads. Local committee to the employer, district committee to local committee to the district, and internal complaints committee to the employer. And the employer should ensure that this should be part of your annual report. Nanna, last question. So if you ask me, my favorite points are this question or RTA. Okay. Act not in derogation of any other law. Very. So your answer is simple. You have to write this heading. That's all. But still can be a 3-mark question. Act in derogation of any other law. So So people, for that, I want you to understand this question also. Case law also. So people, we are taking 3 case laws from this chapter. Vishaga judgment, what was that? What Malik era? Saurabh Kumar Malik versus Comptroller and Audit General. Third thing is Binoy Jacob versus State of Kerala. Okay, people understand. Understand. And not in derogation of any other law. Not in derogation of any other law. Assume that there was a sexual harassment report against me and the respondent. And as per this law, we came with a conclusion that I have to pay 1 lakh rupees to her. Now, the issue is so high, the police took an action. So, as per the employment service rule, I have to pay 1 lakh rupees. And the girl has filed a case under FIR at the police. Now, it will be taken as per Indian Penal Code, jail, those things. Now, I said, no, sir, you can't take an action because I have already paid 1 lakh rupees. Can I say that? They said, no, this is as per what? Your employment, whatever punishment as per Post Act applicable for an employee-employee relation happening as per service rules. That doesn't mean that you can escape from the original law which is prevalent in the country. Meaning, it's okay. You cannot escape saying that, sir, I have paid punishment under which law? My service rules. That doesn't make the other person, stopping her filing a case under FIR. She can always file a case. So they are telling you, this is supporting, not the only thing. So it is derogation. It is not derogation of any other law. Meaning, I am not saying that POSH is the only solution. POSH is an alternative. That doesn't mean that if you can't file a case under, so sexual harassment report against her, she cannot file a case against police. You cannot say that. You cannot argue that. Respondent should say that, yes, sir, I understand that there is a punishment as per Post Act, service rules. That doesn't mean that she is not having a power to file a case under normal laws of the country, Indian Penal Code. So they said, the purpose of the Act is to provide extra safeguard to women at work. According to the section, the provision of this Act shall be in addition to and not in derogation. Meaning, this is not the only solution. This carries as an additional support of any other law for the time being. Meaning, she can file a case under Indian Penal Code or CRPC plus Post Act. Don't call it as a violation. Because POSH is supplementary, not the only output. So she's okay. Yeah. Someone's asking double jeopardy. You know what is double jeopardy?
Person cannot be punished for the same offense.
That's punishment under Indian law. This is my service rule. So, as an employee-employer relationship, that's completely allowed under Post Act, whatever the employer decide. That's what, as per my internal complaints committee's report. That is there. That is a supplementary thing. CRPC can be the main thing. So, think from the Post angle. Just because you got a punishment in the Post doesn't mean that you are safe. You can still be prosecuted under CRPC. So, we use the word and not in derogation language. Not in derogation of any other law. Meaning, we cannot eclipse any other law. We should be going back. This act and that act both applies parallelly. Okay, so this is on case law. This Binoy Jacob was State of Kerala. This person has filed to cause the proceedings on the ground that since the very same complaint raised by it is dealt in the Internal Complaints Committee and found that not proven, the criminal prosecution should not be taken. Meaning, there they failed to prove that this person, the respondent is the that's done some sexual harassment. That doesn't mean that, oh, sir, you cannot take action. Our committee itself has given a verdict that I am a good, innocent person. That can never be called as an excuse, because it is always open for her to file a case again in laws prevalent in the country. So, the climax or the report given by internal complaints committee or local committee is not a conclusive evidence saying that yes, he is free. You can still be caught by police, because this post act will never be called as derogant. Wait, what was the word? In that word? The derogation of any other law. Okay, understood? Only you? Okay. So, people, just because someone asked me to explain the second case, I'm explaining. Raila Satyanarayan. Just listen. Raila Satyanarayan versus SBA Mutual Funds. I mean, SBA Funds Management. Okay. Double jeopardy will happen in two laws of the country. Like two punishments. Fraud in Contract Act and fraud on that. This is regarding just because you escaped from Post Act. Doesn't mean that they cannot file a case under other law. Because you are already proven not guilty. Under which law? Post Act. Doesn't mean that police cannot file a case against you. They can further start an investigation. You cannot defend yourself saying that, sir, Post Act itself failed to call me as a respondent or accused. You can use that as a defense. Okay. So one more case, Lord. Inquiry report doesn't mean that the end of the story. Inquiry report is a fact-finding process. That doesn't mean that that is the reason for me to suspend. So you cannot. So I got a report. Oh, we'll suspend him. That should not be your climax. You have to wait for the other person to hear. Do more investigation. Inquiry is a fact-finding process. Just because you have found that this person is done something doesn't mean that that's the end of his life. Surveys will tell what range of problems you create, what kind of outcome you will have. So just because your inquiry report is against you doesn't mean that that's the end of your life. So they are giving you conclusion by committee cannot be the basis of imposing a major penalty for removing that person. Just this word. Conclusions by committee cannot be the basis for imposing a major penalty. It's just a fact finding process. You have to further do a research and tell him that, convince ourselves that this person has done something. So inquiry report or a conclusion given by the inquiry report given by the local committee or complaints committee doesn't mean that that's the end of your life. It's still debatable. You can still argue. You can always give evidence against the thing. Okay, Ada. Okay. So done with post. You finally okay to read from ICSI material. Other subject also? No, you made from the notes.
You take notes.
I have already shared the notes, but I don't want anyone to.
Yeah.
They'll send, but I don't touch that. If you want, you touch. I will not touch. Mine is yeah, this is fine. Mine is this is fine. If you want, you can use that. I'm not saying that you should not use this thing. You can use any of this, but I would say I would appreciate if you can read from study material. Make a practice. Assume that you are doing CS professional all by yourself. Now at least one faculty should tell you that you can manage some study material. If every faculty are teaching from, so I understand. If every faculty is reading from that, you will be expecting that same thing for the CS professional. Assume you are doing a self-study for CS professional. You will be like, sir, how will I survive, sir? I don't have a material available. Material will be available. Telegram will be having 100 materials. So we always look for 5-mark questions. Now, whenever you have a 5-mark question, go for that. One.
So what factors included for
Factors considered for awarding a compensation. Now, people, I'll tell you one more thing. Since I'm teaching from institute material, you will understand that I have skipped 1 or 2 headings. If I'm using my material, how will you realize that I have missed some portions? What if I teach only those points which are comfortable for me? I will not understand. How will you know? That's why I teach some study material to ensure that okay, this is how you learn. Not every point. Say for we have seen 12 points, but we are not at 12 points. For the purpose of exam, we need 5 points. Understand. That's how you plan. Always move from an exam angle, but understand the logic. Why this concept? Best way to do is so look for questions. Any topic you see, any subject, if you are able to frame a question in that topic, there ends your game. If you are finding it difficult to find a question, frame a question, that topic is not good for you. You are able to frame a question in that topic, good. You have understood the concept. Okay, so people, central government can still make rules regarding this. What is the procedure of inquiry? What is the procedure of complaint? How do I can make modification with respect to fact-finding process? Anything, any subject matter in the Sports Act, government is still able to make rules. Act has come. Rules is every year they can make it. Companies Act is there, but Companies Amendment Act will happen every year. They can amend points. Similarly, Post Act is a structure. It's a skeleton. If you need more muscles, more blood, they can still infuse something. Headache. Done? So, how many chapters done? What are chapters done? 20, 21, 22, 23.
24.
Huh?
Oh, sir, 22 chapters only there.
23. So, 20, 21, 22, 23. Is done. We start from 14. 14 to 23. 19. These are 4 codes. 14, now we will see. 15, we will not see at all, probably. Or we will take 5 minutes to read. 5 minutes to mark one question. Only one question. To introduce you to these 4 codes. Before this 4 codes, no, they said, hello, people, 15th chapter says, we are coming with a code. Now they said, so we come with a code. Now what is the purpose of 15th chapter? But still, we can't take a risk. So I'll spend 5 minutes to mark some point in 15th chapter. 15th chapter has no relevance because 16, 17, 18, 19 is in picture. So prior your syllabus was all the laws and saying that we are introducing you people to 4 codes. But codes were not in the material. Now they said codes are there. So technically 15th chapter is actually outdated, but we can trust institute. They will be like, okay, code is coming, but why do you need a code? Then you have to go back to 15th chapter. So 5 minutes we'll spend on 15th chapter. Close the recording and start as a fresh one. See chapter number 15, no? 15, 2 pages only. But mine is 14. So people, 14 chapter is an okay chapter. But understand, today's topic, you only topics which is having case laws. We have seen 3 case laws. Vishaga, Saurabh, Kumar, Malika, okay. Then Binoy, Jacob. So here also we will see a lot of case laws. This chapter. So with that, so second day of our class, we had a couple of case laws. That's all. First day no case law. Remaining 8 days no case laws. Now constitutional labor laws. Very easy chapter. Now, under the Constitution of India, labor is a subject in concurrent list. What is concurrent list? For a constitution, there are 3 lists where legislature can make a law. One is a union list where central government can make law. State list where state government can make laws. Labor becomes a part of concurrent list. That is still my problem. Still my problem. Now you have 4 labor codes. What is the purpose of labor codes? So in order to have a uniform thing, meaning in India everything goes with one code. That's the purpose of 4 codes. Still the item is in where? Concurrent list, meaning each state government can have their own laws. Then what is the purpose of having that? We are trying to have a code. Code means uniform to India. That's skeleton. Rules can be made by respective state governments. Then where is the uniformity?
They will say.
Yes. Yes. So that's a problem with having the item labor under concurrent list. Both central government and state government has powers to make rules. And still they say they are codifying things uniform. Okay, let's see. Let's not here to discuss on all those. Next day when I become law minister, finance minister, I will decide. Till that point we are not going to discuss. Let us sit there. Don't fight. Okay, Adanna, your AC. You people are safe. No reaction. Okay. Oh, that's a reason. You have a bunch of people sitting into that end. Oh, that end. Okay, you people are directly affected. No AC. No. Oh. Okay. Okay. Now, people, what difference you can see with respect to labor laws in a country like USA and India?
USA, it's a gap.
So,
Labor.
yeah, US and India. Okay, good. With respect to labor laws, why do you think?
Everything will be aligned. No need to change or update anything.
Okay.
We are basically only order.
Okay. So two factors are important. One, India is a developing country. Yeah, correct. You will not change. India will be a developing country forever. Then, I guess it. Second, so you can't change the syllabus now. Study with is there only. India is a developing country. India is developed. India is a developing country since independence. Developing only. Okay. Now, India, we have a policy. Unemployment is at peak. Okay. So they say HLK. You know HLK?
Yes.
Unwashed hand after a meal. Artinal, Iron Kaka. Meaning? They say the moment you are showing a hand after a meal, you can expect 100 crores coming for the meal.
They're talking about.
They're talking about hunger because India, whenever someone is there, their remains are there, like some part of meal in the hands. They're showing there are 100 people there to eat that. That is the reason why labor codes are very important. I mean, labor laws are very important in India because since we have the policy where whenever we are showing this, there are 100 people coming. It's very high chance that we can exploit them. Saying that we'll pay you less. If not, you leave. We have some other people. So that makes it very complicated for Indian system where we have democracy. One is democracy. Second, overpopulated and developing nation. All this makes it very difficult for India to frame a policy on labor. Again, next problem, we are keeping that in constitution concurrent list, meaning state and central will have lawmaking, which makes it again complicated because when the ruling parties are different in different states, again there's a problem. Yes, sir. So we'll start. It's very easy chapter. So introduction, just to help you understand. However, in a developing economy, India, state rules cover a wide area of relationship and there is equally greater supervision over the enforcement of this act. Not required, just not even a question. Complex when it comes to a developing country with labor surplus. It is the concern of state to achieve a reasonable growth rate in the economy and to ensure that equitable distribution thereof. So India has to develop, meaning we have to favor employer. At the same time, we should ensure that employees are not exploited. That makes it very complex for India to make a labor law. Again, next problem. We have a democratic framework guaranteeing fundamental individual freedoms to all citizens. Thus, a state in developing country concerns itself not only with the content of the work rules, but also framing the rules related to industry discipline, training, employment, and so on. So it makes it very difficult for India to survive because we have to favor both employer as well as employees. Because we have to support employer so that more revenue comes to India government. Plus, employer should not exploit employees. So both balancing that to a developing country with extra population makes it India a particular complicated scenario. Okay, now let's talk about the question. So we have we have 3 points. 3 points to understand. Your labor laws is connected with constitution in 3 ways. One, preamble. Second, fundamental rights. Third one, directive principle state policy. If these 3 points are done, your chapter ends. So the point starts with 1, preamble of, so connection between preamble and your labor laws, or connection between fundamental rights and labor laws, or connection between directive principle state policy and labor laws. So the questions are very simple. Very simple questions. They can ask you the questions wherein labor laws connected with the following. What are those connections? Labor laws connected with preamble. Very easy question. We'll mark some points, study that. Labor laws connected with directive principles of state policy. We'll mark that, very easy to study. Then labor laws connected with fundamental rights, that we will have separate fundamental rights. Fundamental questions. So technically, they say labor laws and preamble can be one question. Labor laws connection with directive principles of state policy can be another question. Or labor laws connected with different fundamental rights can be a question. So can I say that it can be some x 1 plus 1, some x number with respect to fundamental rights, directive principles of state policy one question, preamble one question. Technically, can I say it is like somewhere in 7 questions which you can expect. Okay, so easy to plan. First question, they can ask you, how do I connect preamble and labor laws? Preamble and labor. See, it is not going to be a direct question. So simplify saying that preamble of the constitution, labor laws, something. No. So we have to remember. So you can be a 3-mark question or 4-mark question. 1. The preamble of the constitution highlights the concept of socio-economic justice being the main objective of the state required by the constitution. What is state? The state, example of a state. It's country, state. Country. State is not state. Tamil Nadu, Karnataka illa. State means the country. Okay. Country and the other, say for example, government, state governments, central government, union territory, corporations, every municipalities put together is state. Not the state of Tamil Nadu, state of Maharashtra. So, good. Article 12 and all. Yes. What is our definition of article? The same though. So everything is article 12. Okay. So first point, the preamble of the constitution highlights the concept of socio-economic justice being the main objective of the state required by the constitution. First point. Okay. Okay. Article 38 of the Constitution. You need not remember now. Concept of social justice by providing that state shall strive, meaning try to promote welfare of the people by securing and protecting us effectively as by social order, justice, social, economic and political shall inform all the institutions of the national life. Something they are saying. They are saying state, the Constitution should provide that social justice should be ensured by ensuring that people are getting protection with social justice, economic, political, etc. We should get everything covered by the state. So state should ensure to give a social, economic, political uniformity. That's why you have ration shops where you give subsidized food. So everything we are trying to eliminate the inequality. That's one point. Now, Article 13 provides that it is a duty of the state to apply certain principles of social justice to making laws. Whenever you are making a law, you have to ensure that you are upholding the principles of social justice. One more point. The goals and values proclaimed in Part 4 of the Constitution, meaning Part 4 is Directive Principal State Policy. Are to be effected consistent with the fundamental rights in Part 3 of the Constitution. They are telling you your Directive Principal State Policy as well as fundamental rights should be put together to ensure justice, economic, social, etc. So, you remember the word justice, but to write something, you have to write this paragraph now. It's all about writing. So, 3-mark question on how the preamble and labor laws are connected. You have to write something. I am helping you to write. So, you have to remember a word called as justice. But with the justice, you cannot build your own sentence now. So, we are marking some points. That's all. So, preamble and industrial laws or labor laws. Again, as I told you, it's going to be a dry theory. So you have to mark points and keep it for you. 3-mark question, 4-mark question, how will you write? Nanna? If you want, you can take sentence. Your call. It's not nothing to teach. I'm taking as a sentence. If you want, you can take sentence. If you think the above mentioned topics are boring, you are free to take any of the sentences inside. I need 3 sentences for 3-mark question. So I have marked 4 sentences. If you find that those sentences are difficult, you are free to take any sentence out of this. So it's a not law, theory. Difference between law and theory. This is a chapter where they talk about theory. Theory, you have to be selective and underline bad. You can take your own sentences. I'm selecting what which I feel is easy. You can take any sentence of your call. Maybe previous batch need not be the same sentences. I have taken some other sentences. Whatever sentence, whenever I feel it's readable, easy, select. Now, people, your fundamental rights are affected. What remedy you have? Go to Supreme Court or High Court using writ petition. Remember, the Constitution also provides remedies for violation of fundamental rights. Article 32 and 226 of the Constitution confers writ jurisdiction on whom? Supreme Court and High Court respectively for the enforcement of protection of fundamental rights of an individual. Clear? So whenever your fundamental rights are affected, you can always use Article 32 and Article 226. 32 to Supreme Court, 226 to High Court. Okay. Apart from writ petition, Supreme Court is having a discretionary jurisdiction to entertain special leave petition. Okay. So now, people, some issues are taken in any court or tribunal in India. If you want, you can take that matter. You are not happy with that matter, you can always file a SPL, special leave petition, SLP. SLP you can file to Supreme Court. So you have the following sources. Fundamental rights are affected, you can go to Supreme Court under 32, High Court under 226. Then second point, you can, if there is you are not happy with the decree or sentence of any lower court, you can always go to Supreme Court using special leave petition. Okay. Now, High Court has given an opinion and you are not okay with that, and the question involves substantial question of there's a too much of constitutional question involved. There also you can go to Supreme Court. So they're talking about 3 points. 3 points. People concentrate. 3 points. Sir, I can go to Supreme Court. Supreme Court. In the following scenarios. 1. Writ petition under Article 32. Special leave petition from any decree or order given by any court or tribunal in India. You can go to Supreme Court. Third, from a order given by High Court and you feel that there is a question regarding constitution, there also you can go to Supreme Court. Second point, High Court also you can go with respect to writ petition under 226. So 3 plus 1, 4 points. So whenever your fundamental rights are affected, you can file a writ petition under 32 to Supreme Court. Or you are not happy with the order of any court in India, you can file a special leave petition to Supreme Court. Or any order given by the High Court which involves constitutional provisions, you can always apply to Supreme Court. Or whenever your fundamental rights are affected, you can always approach High Court also under 226. SLP is what? 126, huh? SLP 136, huh?
136.
Okay. So that's how you summarize. Second question. People, first case law. Which one, da? So previous point talked about whenever your fundamental rights are affected, you can file a petition. The petition is called writ petition. To whom? Supreme Court, which is power is given under Article 32, or High Court under Article 226. Supreme, that's regarding fundamental rights are getting affected. Then any issue with respect to a order given by any court or tribunal in India, you can go to Supreme Court using special leave petition under 136 or 136, or any issue order given by High Court specifically with respect to constitutional, then also you can go to Supreme Court. Yes, sir. 3 points. So 3 points, da. 1, you have to remember writ. Writ. One is writ. Second is special leave petition. Third is any constitutional question. Three things. Your answer should talk about writ, special leave petition, constitutional question. Writ is directly to Supreme Court. Special leave is from any other court. Constitutional question, from your High Court you can make an appeal to Supreme Court. Online okay da? Now, one case law. People, if your rights are affected, you can file a case. So one time, no, in Jaipur Division Irrigation Employees Union versus State of Rajasthan and others. Very rare they can ask a question, but we can't take a risk. Say for example, some employees were suspended. Suddenly they suspended. Now these people file a case. Who file a case? Union file a case. Trade union file a case on behalf of employees. And the court said, hey, if you are having a problem, you should come and file. You, not the trade union. If you have a problem, you file a case, not the trade union. So the single bench is that the case is not maintainable. Now they went for an appeal. The division bench reversed it, meaning now on the behalf of employees who can file a case, trade union can file a case. That's all. So the question is regarding, can trade union file a case on behalf of its members? Answer is yes. That's all. That's all. Only the heading. Can a trade union file a case on behalf of its members? Answer is yes. That's all. Online. Okay. Now people, separate question. Fundamental rights and labor laws. That can be separate question. They can ask you Article 14 separately, Article 16 separately, 19(1)(c) separately, 21 separately, 23 and 24. So 5 headings are 14, 16, 19, 21(c) and 23 and 24 put together. So that can be 5 questions. So again, I'm telling you, now we have 7 questions. 1, preamble and labor laws. Second, all these fundamental rights and labor laws. Separate question. Third question. That's not in a question, but we are set. Okay, we'll take that also. So questions the labor laws and fundamental rights. We have 5 questions here. Then constitutional remedies. So how many questions you have? 1, 2, 3, 8 questions. You have 8 questions. In this chapter, you have 8 questions. 1. Explain labor laws and connection with preamble. Labor laws connection with the following 5 fundamental rights. Any fundamental rights. Then labor laws connected with directive principle of state policy. Then constitutional remedies, which we have already seen. Okay. So they'll ask you a question regarding Article 14. Article 14 and how Constitution or labor laws and Article 14 is connected. So, what is Article 14? You already studied, no? State shall not deny to any person equality before law, equal protection law within the territory of India. Any person, not to, they never said only to citizens. They said for any person. So, any person in India, we have equality before law and equal protection of law. So, Article 14 talks about equality before law and equal protection of law. Okay. While it commands the state not to deny to any person equality before law, it also commands the state not to deny equal protection of law. So, equality before law prohibits discrimination and it is a negative concept. The concept of equal protection of law requires the state to give a special protection to prevent differentiation. So, it's a positive nature. So, equality before law means it's a negative concept. We will treat you and Narendra Modi as same. Equality before law. Equal protection of law is we are treating everyone same. So it's two concepts. One is a negative concept and a positive concept. Equality before law and equal protection of law. Done now? So just mark that. Equal. So understand. JHL you will always already cover these things. Same thing. Just read and remember on case law. That's all. So Article 14 talks about equality before law and equal protection of law. So it has a positive say as well as negative say. Negative is what? Equality before law and equal protection of law is a positive concept. Done na? Now one case law. So everything one case law. Air India versus Nargesh Mirza. So when the question is regarding Article 14, you have to remember Article 14, one or two lines to write that and a case law. So people understand. Only the case law. You don't have to dig into the scenarios, but understand the scenario. One airlines company had a policy that an air hostess will retire from the service either when she reaches 35 years or on marriage, then within 4 years she has to resign, or on first pregnancy. And managing director will have a discretion, he may extend the age of retirement. After marriage, 4 years only you can continue. What the? Which case law? Okay. So, they said your one policy was air hostess will retire only on reaching her 35 years or after 4 years of her marriage or first pregnancy. The same can be extended by managing director. Law said this was unconstitutional and therefore please strike it down. You don't have to remember anything. Just remember if the question is regarding some air hostess, some question on air hostess, you write this point. That's all. They have never tested. I'm telling you, if they test you, you have to remember this. They can ask you a question on this only. Instead of air houses, they can give you what railway. If they're giving a scenario, you should understand that's regarding equality before law. Article 14. You write an equality before law and name of the case law. You can write in the most celebrated case of Air India versus Nargesh Mirza. It is what it is not upholding the principles of equality. Hence, it is unconstitutional and should be struck down. Struck down. You write that. Okay, you don't have to remember, but understand this case law said if it's unconstitutional, you have to strike it down. That's your first case law. So this chapter we have multiple case law. First case law is Article 14, where they talk about Air India versus Nargesh Mirza. One more case law is there, but I'm taking only one case law to support your answer. Again, I'll tell you the case law. DS Nagara versus Union of India. In this case law, they said, I'll fix one date. Say for example, December 3rd. If you are retiring before December 3rd, I'll give you pension. If you are retiring after December 3rd, I will not give you pension. So now my plan was to cut down employees. If I do this policy, most of the people will do what? Resign, no. Because only if you resign before December 3rd, you will be getting pension. After December 3rd, if you are resigning, I will not give you pension. If that is the policy, most of the people will look forward that social security and retire as early as possible. If they retire early, they will get what? Pension. Now I can easily strike down number of employees and reducing the cost. Because I didn't strike them. They only put resignation, no? So they said this is also unconstitutional. You're able to understand? So this is unconstitutional. So one case law, Podu. Air India versus Nargesh Mirza. 2. Whenever the question is regarding fundamental rights. Second question. Equality of opportunity in respect of public employment. It's not private thing. Public employment we should have ensure that there is an equality. So first point is equality before law and equal protection law. Second is again equality with respect to public employment. They're saying there shall be an equality of opportunity for all citizens in matters related to employment or appointment to any office under the state. So anything under the state, you have to ensure that all the citizens are given equal opportunity. Okay? Okay. Which means no citizen shall, on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, descent, place of birth, residence, or any of them, be ineligible or discriminate against it for any employment under state. For the purpose of an employment under state, you cannot discriminate a person based on his race, caste, sex, descent, place of birth, residence, etc. Religion, nothing should be a base for discriminating for you people for any job in a public employment. So 2 points. So there should be an equal opportunity for all citizens with respect to public employment. You cannot have any kind of discrimination, any kind of basis. Now people, next 3 points. Nothing in this article. Nothing in this article. Nothing in this article. Meaning 3 exceptions. 3 exceptions. Saying that nothing in this article shall prevent Parliament from making a law prescribing in respect to class of employment, appointing in office or place of government, blah 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 blah, with respect to residence. Say for example, we need to appoint a forest officer in the state of Jharkhand. It's okay for the state government to give a special consideration to a localite. That's completely fine because you can always give a. You cannot start fighting saying that, sir, it is not giving an equal opportunity. It's okay for the state to have a discrimination with respect to when there is a impactful, the work relates to a residence. The impact is so high. So people who knows, so it's always better to have a person from the local. If the job requires that, then it's okay for the state to have a discrimination. 1. First discrimination. Okay. Second, it's okay for a state to have a discrimination when you are giving a provision for reservation of backward citizens in the opinion of state. If they are, you feel that they are not adequately represented, who SC, ST and all, it's okay for you people to give a reservation. So in a government, if you have 5 posts, you are saying that it should be uniform. No, you can say that 2 is reserved for SC, ST. That is still a discrimination, but it is allowed by law. Third point, it's okay in connection with the affairs of a religious thing. Any member of the say person professing a particular religion, it's okay for you have to appoint a person in a temple. It's okay for you to say that the person appointed should be a Hindu. That's completely allowed. So there are 3 exceptions. What are those 3 exceptions? There can be discrimination with respect to place. There can be discrimination with respect to giving provision for SC, ST. There can be discrimination with respect to a particular religion. These are allowed. Online. Case law. Mevaram Kanojia versus All India Institute of Medical Sciences. Okay. The doctrine of equal pay for equal work. Same work. Say for example in a government, you say the principle called equal pay for equal work, meaning there is no discrimination. But it is open to the state to prescribe different cases to different pay. Say for example, say for example in a government department, you are appointing a doctor and a peon. You think the payment should be same?
No.
It's completely fine for the state to have a different pay for a different post. Assume there is a peon, another peon. You can never have a different pay. So it can be a different pay for a different post. So that's allowed as per law. Inequality can be allowed, yes, if the people are not equal. Same footing, you have to ensure that there is no inequality. Different footings, you can always go with the inequality. So second article, case law is Mevaram Kanojia versus Ames. Okay. So first case law was Mirza, correct? Air Forces. Nargis Mirza versus Air India. Second is Mevaram Kanojia versus. See people, I'm telling you, they have not tested these questions. They are not taking a risk. What if your attempt is the best attempt? They feel that first time we'll ask this question in the December 26 attempt. So not to take risk. One more point, we'll take a break. One more small point. So 14, 16 now, 19, 1C. Right to form association. That's why case law. Labor units are brought. So right to form association is given in Constitution, meaning you can have any kind of association. can be a club, can be a trust, can be a company, anything can be formed as an association. But they're telling you why our labor laws is important, because one of the association is what? Trade union, who is there to support the employees. That's why, for the purpose of this union association, we have something called as trade union. So let's see what is given in Article 19(1)(c) speaks about fundamental rights of citizens to form association and unions. However, the state may by law impose reasonable restriction on this right in interest of public order or morality or sovereignty and integrity of India. So you have to remember only two sentences. Sir, can I start a union? Yes, you can start a union. Example, trade union. But at the same time, state will have power to control you people. In the interest of public. You are starting a union for Hawala. I can control that. You are doing something for morality or sovereignty or integrity of India. You are having a group, WhatsApp group for kidnapping people. Can we allow that group? No. So, you have a freedom to form association. That's why trade unions are formed. That doesn't mean that you can form the government doesn't have a power to restrict your power with respect to public interest, morality, sovereignty and integrity of India. Again a 3-mark question, understand. Now, the freedom to form association implies also freedom to form, not to form, join, not to join an association union. So freedom thus means you may say yes to the union, not to the union, or continue the union, go out of the union, whatever be the call. So you are called. You are free to say yes or no. Okay. So you have a freedom to form the union, not to form the union, join the union, not to join the union. Anything is your call. Again, a easy question. They ask for 3-mark question. How is Article 19(1)(c) connected with your labor laws? Yes, sir. So take a break and come back. People 10 minutes. Direct in the sense indirectly called direct only. They'll frame a question, you will understand that. You cannot ask like directly a question. They'll ask you like a constitution gives a permission to have trade unions. So you cannot write, they're not asking 91C. You have to think that it's 91C. Okay, people settle down. Last part. Keep your phones aside, concentrate. Tomorrow I'll snatch your phone. Be like her. No phone, nothing. But she has this only Rangoli.
No.
It's not Rangoli. Okay. So people, Article 14, 16, 19 on C. All good? You are confused with Rangoli. Okay. Ignore Rangoli. Column. Article 14 on case law. 16 on case law, 19 on the case law. Now two more fundamental rights. One is 21 and then 23 and 24. So people, no person shall be deprived, meaning affected, of his life or personal liberty except according to the procedure established by law. They're telling you, no person shall be deprived, meaning not allowed to enjoy his life and personal liberty, meaning personal freedom, except in the procedure established by law. Meaning you cannot deny a person's life or personal freedom. So, does that mean a person, a terrorist was captured? Do you think he will be having a freedom of life and personal liberty? No, that's why they use the word except in accordance to the procedure established by law. So, no person shall be deprived of his life or personal liberty except according to the procedure of law. Say for example, you have a freedom of traveling. You can travel anywhere. That doesn't mean that you can travel without passport. There are some procedure established in law that you have to follow. Okay. Let's talk about the point. This talks about the following rights. 1. The right of life, as given in 21, has been liberally interpreted so as to mean something more than mere survival and mere existence of animal existence. So it's not like mere life. It is something which you can do to make your life meaningful, complete, and worth living. So you have a life, freedom of life and personal liberty means not just living. You can live to the best of your life. Living your life in a meaningful, complete, or worth living. For example, you have a right of livelihood, earnings. You have a right to live with human dignity. Posh Act. You have a right to medical care. You have a health, sexual harassment, right to health, economic rights. So these are all points with respect to my fundamental rights as to right to life. So no person shall be deprived of his life or personal liberty except in the procedure laid down by law. This life is to be liberally interpreted, meaning he will have not just life but to live his life with complete meaning or worth living. Examples are right of livelihood, right to live with human dignity, right to medical care, health of labor, sexual harassment, right to health, economic rights. Case law. 2 case laws. One Olga Tellis and others versus Bombay Municipal Corporation, or Paschim Banga Khet Masoor Samiti versus State of West Bengal. Anything. So okay, people. There were some people who were living in a slum, or they are construction workers. They live in the footpath. They will live. Now, if they are part of government, government corporation is building its road. They are asking the people to stay out because it's not your place. You have to stay out. Then make sure you are giving a proper opportunity for them to live. So you send them to some old age homes. Somewhere they will be given some life. So when someone is deprived, so you are evicting a people from slum or pavement dwellings, their eviction shall be depriving of their life because they will not get any source. So Constitution says that you cannot just throw them away unless you give them some other opportunity to rehabilitate them rather than throwing them away. If you throw them away, I understand that you are throwing away because it's not your land. It's government property. We can throw them away. That doesn't mean that these people are also very poor now. You have to find a rehabilitation before you throw them away. Because people will have a right to life and personal liberty, including the right to livelihood. Okay, one case law, if you can remember this one, or something called as Paschim Bangha Khet Mazdoor Samiti versus State of West Bengal, where one Mazdoor, meaning one labor, fell from a running train and was seriously injured. He was sent from one government hospital to another, and finally he had been admitted in a private hospital where he had incurred insurance damages. Meaning he fell from a moving train. He was admitted in a hospital. Hospital never had treatment, so he had to go to a private hospital and get treatment for 17,000 rupees. Government said right to health is one of his right to life. Hence, it is the duty of the government purposefully did this person will not use phone and all. Purposely she did like on alarm. Okay. 826. Okay, sir. I'm a good citizen of India. So right to health. They said it was the duty of you have a right, or government should be providing you the facility of right of living with a proper health facility. So if the government is not providing that proper health facility, you can always file a case against the government for the 17,000 incurred for you. So the two questions, any one of the cases you can remember. Either Olga is telling Bombay Corporation, or Paschim Banga Khet Mazdoor Samiti versus State of West Bengal. Any one case law.
We remember the names also.
Only the names. Then what? 17,000 government hospital. We need only this. Only this or only this. You don't need to remember the incident. Incident, just read and go. What if the same question is asked? They'll never ask you. They'll ask you like this. Right to life is an important fundamental rights comment. So write that. Something like this. Write on case law to support your answer. That's all. And people who are not studying from study method will miss all these case laws. So some case law from your study method, you're right. Now, last fundamental right. Two things. 23. Traffic in human beings. What is BAGAR? Okay. So the term beggar means compulsory work or without any payment. So they said two things. One, Article 23 talks about three things. One, the following practices should be banned. One, beggar, trafficking in human beings, and forced labor. That's what Article 23 talks about. That's why we don't have what? Where is Article 24? That's Article 23. You should not be giving what? Beggar, traffic in human beings, or forced labor. Then come to 24. 24 talks about no child below the age of 14 shall be employed to work in a factory or mine engaging in hazardous employment. We have already seen this. Prevention, prohibition and regulation of child and adolescent labor. So 2 points. So 2 topics, 23 and 24. MC Mehta versus State of Tamil Nadu. Employers, children, so you are employing the child, should not be allowed. MC Mehta versus State of Tamil Nadu. So remember, so let's talk about the points. We have seen something called as preamble and fundamental rights. Then constitutional remedies for fundamental rights, 32, special leave petition, etc. Then each and every fundamental rights and case laws. 5 fundamental rights. 14, 16, 19, 20, 19 1 CR. 21, 23 and 24. Correct? Equality with respect to public employment. 91C is open. 91C is freedom to form unions. 21 is right to life. Then exploitation, beggar, etc. Case laws, 5 case laws. 1, Mirza, air houses. Mirza. Second one was Ames, the Ames case law. Kanashi was Ames case law. Union, All India Bank Employees Union. Okay. Then Olga, or that Paschim Masdur. Okay. Last point was MC weather, state of Tamil Nadu. Easy. State of Tamil Nadu. Okay. Last, let's talk about labor laws and reference to state policy. Very easy. So today we have seen 3 case laws with respect to Post Act. Here trade union case law. Trade union can file suit on behalf of that one case law, and we have already seen 5 case laws. So 5 plus 6 plus 3, 9 case laws. One more case law from the total summary of directive principles and state policy. So 10 case laws for your India labor laws is done on day 2 of our labor laws. Okay. What is directive principles of state policy? Principles to be kept by a state whenever they are making laws. So whenever they are making a law, there also you have to take care of labor, employees. So labor laws and its connection with directive principles of state policy. So Article 14, 16, 19, 1C, 21, 23 and 24. Now 38, 1, 38, 2. Okay. 39. 41. 42. 43. 43A and one case law. Okay. So we finished with your state of Tamil Nadu. We'll start your state. Yours is Andhra Pradesh, no? So we'll finish with Andhra Pradesh. Happy? State of Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. State of Kerala also. See, every state, some other state, the state of Karnataka, Chhattisgarh, Karnataka, I don't know which case. West Bengal, you are from West Bengal? Our people are covered now. Kerala is covered, Tamil Nadu is covered, Andhra Pradesh is covered. Yes, sir. West Bengal, Chhattisgarh. We'll train case laws. Let's see. So only which place? Tell me the state. State in which you are incorporated. Tamil Nadu, very good. Tamil Nadu, okay. Pondicherry. Tamil Nadu. Pondicherry, Tamil Nadu. Separate unit. Okay.
But jurisdiction is Madras High Court.
Studying too much, huh? So everything is Tamil Nadu. Come physically for Chennai class. Then what? Bangalore and was sitting.
Good, Chennai.
Okay. That group 2 was 150 students. 90 plus offline and remaining 60 plus online. 150 for students. The classroom is like very lengthy. And we pushed the classrooms. We had to change the classrooms because the crowd was so good. Because morning classes are good. It's not about morning classes are comparatively good now. See, think about this. Evening classes are think about a faculty. I'm finishing a class, I'll be like, okay, my dinner is ready. For a morning class, I'll be like 12:30. Now I have an entire half day to finish. My brain is possible like I have a second day to celebrate. Second half of the day. As a faculty. So I would say when it's morning class now, I such people 7:30, 12:30, go home, eat your jumbo meals, heavy meals, sleep till 4. Now you have 4 to 9. 5 hours of class, 5 hours to study. Productively you can study because you are reading after sleep. Do that, come back. As the portions are moving here now, after today's class you will not go and revise. Next morning you will be like, okay sir. Afternoon I have to start. Morning, slow breakfast, early lunch, early tea, then I have to start for class. That's pre-fixed now. Breakfast, lunch and tea should be there now before class. But studying is not there now. There we had a gap. Dinner, then tea and dinner is a gap. Tea to dinner is a gap. Productive gap. Ask them to change places up. College, that's a problem. Chennai evening colleges. Bangalore morning college. But you people are good now. You people are coming in the evening batch also now. You should appreciate yourself that you are coming for a class. Not people can say that no, I'll watch the recording in the morning. But you people are coming. So how is your normal routine? That tell me routine. Sleep is like what?
Hours, sleeping hours, not like
Okay. You tell me. Sleeping hours is 12 hours, huh?
8 hours.
8 hours, okay. What time you sleep? 12 o'clock. 12 to 8 you'll sleep. Then you'll have a productive day first half. College, huh? Oh. Where are people said? So one is other college. Then college. No college. Okay. So you don't have you are telling me that you don't have a life. Okay. CS professional happens in morning. 7:30 to 12:30. Same like Chennai timing. Morning class. Yeah. See, as I told you, my first batch of CMSL. This was my previous batch. From the first batch of CMSL, I had 5 students from this CS professional.
Oh. Lucky fuck.
They put a story, Instagram story. Now, whenever I finish a class, I will miss people. So I'll straight away take the photo to my highlights. That's there. I'll take you the highlights. So there is last time one student mentioned like, sir, your impact is permanent. We are not enough with your 4 papers. So 4 papers: company law, CMSL, labor laws, and corporate finance in CS professional. So that those bunch of students took my 4 papers throughout the journey, and one of those students was from CSWT also, where I took a batch. So technically 5 papers, same faculty, same old face. They're like, so this happened. Same way, you will enjoy that. Welcome to CS Professional. As early as possible. We can learn corporate finance. You will see CMS will work from my
Like the shopping.
offline. Last time we had offline. This time also we'll plan offline. Maybe next year, next January. So usually I'll have to come to Bangalore only for labor laws. But if it's CS Professional, 2 times in a year. So my preference is always Chennai. I go to Chennai every 6, say for example, in a year, almost 6-7 months I'll be in Chennai only. Very rare for Bangalore. So last, my salary was somewhere in per month.
But that was
Per month. 4,16,800 per month. My package was like that. So now I moved to a full-time teacher. I gave up this revenue. So mine is not like a person who is like, so for revenue you are teaching. No. Mine is like passion. I either wanted to become an actor or teacher. Now is teaching. Acting is like after teaching every stage. One time I got selected, but Barkal, no age. You people become older. I will not. That's why I told you, know. Yes. You guess, sir. My Aadhaar card, I should keep. That you say, you know. Okay. So from there I moved to teaching. So my schedule goes like this. Every time I take a batch of 20 days, then take 20 days off. That's I don't follow any routine. Mine is like 20 days off. This time, which is like 25 days of CMSL and your 10 days of labor. First time I'm taking a back-to-back classes. If not, I'll always need a back gap. So for this 25 days, next 20 days will be my vacation, where I'll drink unlimited chaya plus unlimited. क्या पड़ा? I'll drink unlimited chaya plus I'll revise on second subject. So I always take it as a break. I love traveling back to my home. Hey, no. See, if you ask me, how do I spend my vacation? My vacation is sitting simply staring at sun. Home. I mean, or rain. So I like that. I like that part of it. Mine is like sitting idle at home. It's my vacation. Doing nothing. But that time I'll make it productive because I want to ensure that I'm the best in the country. That's my goal. Best teacher in the country. So I'll work on that part. So mine is like, it's done with that part of life. Younger age itself. Now also. I'm done with that part. Now I don't mind about earning much. It's all about following my passion. My passion is into teaching. So I don't care about how much I earn. So if you ask me, no, I should not tell open random, but if you ask me, once I got an offer which I rejected, was taking a class at 6,000 per hour. 8 hours a day. 6,000 per hour. In 8 days, 8 hours per day. 24,000. 8,000. 48,000 per day I can earn. But I'm not in that cycle anymore. So, result no.
How do you choose this as a
Because I started enjoying when I saw the results. So first I started with an economically weaker students across India. There I got messages saying that, sir, thank you for changing my life. That became a spark. I said no. No more employment, no more practice, teaching. No more labor. Labor loss. No. No. I'm zero. Other than
Only teaching.
only teaching. If you ask me, no, one last year, 1 month, in random month, my bank balance went to 9 rupees per month. My savings is, if you ask me, Suraj sir, give me an opinion on how to approach a class. I will tell you which company to go. I'll say. You tell me, sir, how to plan a finance. Zero. You can ask any other faculties. You have 8 faculties. You can ask 7 of them on financial planning. You ask Suraj sir on financial planning. His bank balance is 9.
You need ACA account, you want to know.
No. Mine is like I asked Arivu only thing. Sir, give me a flight ticket so that I can put an Instagram story. So at least I make my people feel that I'm rich. A show off element, no? You tell them that Suraj sir is traveling flight. For that purpose, I will demand a flight. If I travel this is like this, they say, give me a flight. And you tell me, no? You ask any person in Arivu, they say, Suraj sir is the only person who will put a story every now and then. Flight. So that, see, I travel in flight to take classes. Bank balance 9 rupee. Because someone else is paying your flight ticket, no? That Instagram story, no? So technically I teach for Instagram stories. Yeah, now you can guess my age, no? Gen Alpha. Just born. Okay. Yes, sir. The last part. You might have. The guessing is done. Even the guessing is done. Concentrate. 38. 38 is this position done. Okay. Article 38 directs the state to strive, make policies to promote the welfare of people by securing and protecting us effectively by social order, justice, social, economic, political, and inform all the institutions of the nation. Some points that you have to mug up. You have to mug up 6 points. 1. State directive principle of state policy. Whenever the state is making a law, the law should be aimed for ensuring justice in social, economic, as well as politically for every citizens of the country. First policy. State should ensure welfare of the people by making laws in such a manner that justice is given in social, economic, and political background. Okay. Second point. So the question is directly on tell me how directive principle state policy and labor laws are connected. Then state to strive to minimize the inequalities in income. Now India, rich becomes richer, poor becomes poorer. Try to minimize the inequalities. How do I minimize? Take money from rich and give to poor. You try to minimize the informs all institution of the national life is nothing. Language given. Justice and social, political, and economic shall inform all the institution of the national life, all living beings. On language given, that's all. Two points. One is ensuring social, economic, and political welfare. Second is minimizing the inequalities in income. Now, equal pay for equal work. All citizens, irrespective of the sex, equally have the right to an adequate means of livelihood. So, all citizens, irrespective of sex, shall be given equal, adequate means of livelihood. Can be equal pay for a separate question or like a directive principle state policy. Very rare you see that question, but since we have bullet points, they can ask you. The ownership and control of the material resources of the community, rice, wheat, are distributed as a common good. That's why ration shops are having subsidized food, wheat, sugarcane, etc. So that distribute as to subsidize the common good. People are getting benefited. Your monopoly has been controlled. The operation of the economic system does not result in concentration of wealth and means of production to the common detriment. You cannot have a economic system which will result in concentration of wealth, meaning rich becomes richer. Only a few people are rich. You cannot have that. But in India, if you ask me, like people paying taxes, maybe 85% of the revenue tax will come from 1% of India's population. So they are so rich, no? There is equal work for both men and women. Okay. Health and strength of workers, men and women, tender age of children are not abused. That's why we have provisions regarding prohibition, abolition of child labor, etc. And we are giving no overtime, all those provisions. Children are given opportunity facility to develop in a healthy manner and in conditions of freedom and dignity, and childhood and youth are protected against exploitation. Protection against beggar and exploitation. Child in India is protected. So these are the policies which states should keep in mind with respect to equal pay for equal work. Read that. That's our third point. 38.1, 38 to 39. Now, one case law, one random case law, last case law. Next, 41. 38.1, 38.2, 39, 41. Request that state within the limits of economic capacity and development to make an effective provision for securing right to work, education, public assistance in case of unemployment, age, sickness, disablement, any other. So they are telling you, say for example, if someone meets with an accident, you will have to give them compensation, gratuity, retirement benefit. This is also part of labor. Labor laws will cover PF Act, pension, gratuity, or employee compensation laws. This is also part of social security provision. They are telling you, states shall make a policy in which they are trying to secure work to education, public assistance in case of unemployment. In India, unemployed people will be given some kind of benefit. Government will take care of them. Some old age homes are there, sickness are there. Monthly allowance are given to unemployed people. Those things are given as a part of social security. That's 41. 42. Provisions for securing just and human conditions of work and for maternity relief. You have Maternity Benefit Act, just and human conditions, meaning you will give subsidized meals, you will give them free water, we will give them shelter rooms, we will give them maternity benefits, we will give them ambulance services, we will give them canteen facilities. You'll see that in your first code on occupational safety, health and working conditions. There they will talk about if this much number of people are employed, you should have an ambulance service. So those things are done using Article 42. Request the state law to make a provision for securing just and human conditions of work and for maternity relief. We have laws for that. Now, state to endeavor to secure by suitable law or economic organization to all workers, agriculture, industry, otherwise, a living wage, conditions of work ensuring decent standard of life and full employment. They are telling you minimum wages. Every job will have a minimum wages. Who is implementing that? State. So whenever you are saying your salary is 1 lakh rupees also, some places they will pay only 1000 rupees. So in order to avoid it, they say minimum wages should be given to people. That way law can make a social security with respect to living wages. So to all workers, agriculture, industrial or otherwise work a living wage as well as conditions of work. You should give them a proper living wage, at least a bare minimum wages as well as conditions of work. Last point. State shall take steps for suitable legislation or any other means to secure participation of workers in the management industry establishment. Whenever you form a union, that should have equal participation of both employer and employee. That also we learn in labor codes. Whenever there is a trade union, that should have both employer participation as well as employee participation. Any union you form should be clubbed both with workers and providers of work. So that way, workers' participation in management is ensured. Shareholders meeting, employees are, say for example in a company, you have for a company employees you have employee stock options, ESOPs. That is also a worker is participating in the management. Some kind of shareholding, some kind of control he is also entitled in a company. Okay. Now, on case law, Janappa Reddy. So it should be another case law, no? Reddy comes from, of course, other place only. Okay. They might travel to some other place also, huh? Ah, okay. 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 So, understand. Then, part-time workers are regularized, meaning part-time workers are given full-time job. Part-time workers. Then, they are entitled to minimum time scale of pay prescribed for the post they are discharging duty for limited hours. Meaning they are telling you, say for example, if part-time workers are paid 1 lakh rupees, full-time people are paid 3 lakh. I am asking the part-time workers to take full-time job. Then payment should also be at par with full-time job. So that way you have to ensure that whenever you are hiring a part-time workers for full-time work, you have to given they have to be given full package. That way you are ensuring that they are getting some human conditions with working. Just an equitability. Everything is ensured. So how do I learn this chapter? How do I learn the first preamble and its connection with labor laws? We have seen a paragraph, 3 points. Then fundamental rights and its connection with labor laws. We have seen 5 labor laws, 5 fundamental rights. And what if someone is infringing the fundamental rights? So constitutional remedies. But we have seen 3 points. 1, writ petition, special leave petition, and constitutional questions. Then your next point is regarding directive versus state policy and its connection with labor laws. You have to remember 38.1, 38.2, 39, 41, 41, 42 and 43A. 43 and 43. And only 39 had some questions. Sub-questions, sub-points. Equal pay for we had. So read that also. People, what I expect for a 40 marks. 14 marks, what I expect. It can be 25 marks from labor code. Okay. 5 marks from post. Remaining 10 from other chapters. Meaning yesterday's theory topic and even today's labor law. I mean, your constitution chapter. Put together those 4 chapters can fetch you 10 marks. Or it can be 30 marks here, 5 marks here. So 5 marks, which chapter? We don't know. 1 question, 5 marks. I am expecting. Remaining chapters: Constitution, Child Labor chapter, Exemption chapter, Apprentice Act. 1 question put together, 5 mark question. Any 1 chapter. So 4 chapters any 1, or 4 chapters any 2, and remaining mark will come from 4. So I would say 2 days we have completed 10 marks each. Next 8 days, we are sitting for 30 marks. That too, codes. 2 days for a separate code. Some codes, 2 codes are easy. Easy means it is just time consuming. But 2 codes are difficult. Difficult in the sense it's vast. Syllabus is vast. Okay. So understand, if you're skipping tomorrow, skip Monday as well. If you're skipping Tuesday, skip Wednesday as well. Thursday, skip Friday as well. Occupation safety, code number 1. Occupation, lesson number 15, not even taking. 15 is introduction. That last, after complete L mark, one page, only one question they can ask. That L mark. It starts with 16. 16 depends. 16 and 18 is small. 17 and 18 is comparatively big. Yes, sir. So tomorrow let's concentrate more. Very high chance. Keep your phone aside and concentrate. Concentrate, Lou. Only you. Scroll up. Okay. Here's photo. This one. I'll write separately. 1 second. Post at 5 marks. Okay. Plus 4 codes. Here we have Apprentice Act. Labor exemption, child labor, constitution. So 5 marking posts. So out of 40, 5 marks in posts. 4 codes can be 30 marks and 5 here, or 25 and 10 here. So post 5, these chapters put together can be 5 mark question. Zoom out. Yeah. Zoom in the zoom out. Zoom out. Oh. And you will zoom in your phone. Hey, plan it. You are taking my picture. It's like zoom out and you will zoom in. Okay, so this is how I am expecting. Probability. Okay. Thank you for your attendance. Zoom. Waiting. Okay. In the group, both. So group 1 you are planning. Okay. So you have already studied company law somewhere. No connection at all.
I have exposure on the phone.
Okay. Okay. That way is good. Okay. So where do you think you are lacking?
I'm writing.
So how are you doing a writing practice?
I don't know.
So always open your books and keep writing. Open your books and write. So concept, your company law and concepts are okay.
No, sir.
You're able to interpret. Okay. Then always open your books and write something. When you're writing, no, open your books. Always open your books and write. So any topic, just open your books and write. Keep writing. Don't close the books and write. Open your books. Just keep your eyes open, write. That way you try to sing with the language used in the study material. That's this. Actually will help you clear.
How should I plan my day?
Plan my DL. Say for you have not finished. You have not started the DL now. So which paper? Now you are starting with SBL. First priority should be SBL. So SBL you finish. You find time. Then JGL. Only if you find time for JGL, do JGL. You cannot miss this particular subject in the name of JGL. So do your subject. This subject is in JGL. Then next, if the company law is starting, do company law. Skip this subject. JGL, whenever you get time, you just revise. So by the end of company law, you'll be done with company law. And J is the one-time revision. You have forgotten this subject. You ignore this.
Seeing the books, we should take notes.
Just note. But don't overdo. Don't sit for spending too much time for notes. Just understand.
Sir, I have an exemption in JIG.
Sir,
Law student, law graduate.
okay.
So I have 3 subjects. Like,
3 subjects means you are so blessed. The only 3 subjects.
Score 50, 50, 50.
What?
No.
I finished CS professional with 50, 50, 50 in 3 papers because I went for.
You got all India rank in executive.
I didn't get any all in the rank. Mine was like always writing a separate group. So I never wrote both groups.
Okay,
It was
okay.
always single groups.
Okay.
So no room for all India top and paper wise top.
Oh,
Not like rank.
okay.
Any advice for CAFM? I'm not a commerce background, sir. So plan like this. Make sure your next other 3 papers are done properly and aim for 40 marks in CFM. 40 marks. No matter what. 40 marks. So aim for 40 marks in CFM. Rather than focusing on stressing it. Think that you are going to score from the remaining 3 papers and just to pass in CFM.
I have any doubts.
Huh.
So if class is all going on, no, just listening to the class, going and just revising the concept. Become scan or previous question paper, பார்க்கணுமா இல்ல
இப்போ பார்க்க வேண்டாம். Now the point is regarding having a peaceful sleep before you start any topic.
that I have for 8 hours, 9 hours.
No.
I won't comprehend.
Whenever you are starting a subject, make sure you are sleeping well. Sleep. Say for example, you are bored. After lunch, you are like you can have a lunch, sleep for 1 hour, then also you can learn. But when you are starting, so you are sleeping well. That way your brain will be processed to that.
That is okay as well. I will take care of that. Regarding studies.
Studies is nothing. You just keep reading. For example, there are 5 questions. At least one you start writing. Every day you practice one writing. That's how you plan. And remember, there are only 3 subjects. So 3 subjects is actually scoreable thing. You need not worry about JGL. It's only this is your first paper.
Yeah.
So make sure you're studying it properly. That will give you confidence.
Okay, after subject syllabus completion of syllabus, what to do in that 1 month, sir? Like revising all the 10 days.
Yes, revise everything.
Okay.
It's okay to completely take a risk with the question papers. Meaning, you are not even trying any question paper. Directly going to exam. That's completely fine. There's no mandatory that you have to practice question and go for exam.
Okay.
It's all about how much time you
Okay, I
revise.
have another idea. இப்போ syllabus complete பண்ணும்போதே scan like previous practice பண்ணிட்டு last 10 days only for revision, and during this time just focusing on the previous year question paper.
But time management is also important now. Just because you are putting too much time for past year question paper doesn't mean that you pass question paper. I would say, according to me, it's 1%.
Just
1%. I never practice any past question paper, but I was so strong with the concept, and I took a risk with the exam. I never practiced any question. I was like, okay, risk. I'll take risk. But my concept clarity was so good. Concept was so good. I went straight to exam with concept clarity. Questions that time, I oh, this is how they can ask a question now. But for you, I don't want you to take a risk. Know the pattern. Take one question and know the pattern. Ignore that question but throw away. Now you know the pattern. Understand the concepts. And write a practice. Always write in bullet points.
That I know.
That will help you score really. Trust me. You have time now. What? You're writing in December?
Yesterday's chapter I was taking notes like this only, sir.
No. Ignore all these things. I don't want any of this in your note. These two questions, you're studying and writing in your language. I don't want that. Just copy paste. Just copy paste. Read and write.
I understand each and every section's concept, sir. But
Yes.
what's the problem is in
But-
the exam,
but you are writing.
in one liner. After that, I can't able to
Yeah, because you're writing from your. I am saying don't do as a writing from your mind. Don't write any test. You're writing like an exam. You think like your exam is having an open book exam. Practice like that.
Okay, but how I study is full of understanding. Like that.
You understand.
wrong.
Then ignore that. When you write, copy paste. Whatever you understand is helping you for your life, not for exams.
Okay.
For exams, you understand. Ignore that understanding. Right? Copy paste.
From my school itself, this only my teachers said like understand and then study like that.
Understand, study, but you can't write like that. You have to copy paste because language is very important. No, how do you see? Think like this: you are going to talk to a client, saying that, "Sir, in the professional articles, you are saying that." How will you say that in English? The articles. It should be given in the articles, prescribed in the articles, mentioned in the articles. Anna, before that stage, you are going to write to a professional where he is evaluating the paper. Now you are writing as prescribed, as mentioned. They don't expect that. They want you to write as authorized in the articles. Authorized in the articles.
Authorized.
But the language didn't come, no. Because you did a self-study, you studied something, you know how to handle your client. But you don't know how to present a professional. So understand, it's okay for you to write all these things when you come to a real life. This is completely fine when you talk to a client, not to a professional.
So I should write in notes and exam is like how you thought that
Whatever is
constitutional-
marked in the material,
Yeah.
just copy paste.
Okay, sir. I should. How to remember that?
I don't want you to remember. You just write something. You know, there's a keyword. That keyword you highlight. That's all. Hazardous process is a keyword. That you highlight. But when you write, no, one time you copy paste. But you highlight that hazardous word. Now that hazardous word will be registered in your mind. Remain word you will automatically write. It's okay. But hazardous word should be in your answer. That's how we plan. Slowly build.
சார் இப்போ கிளாஸ் ஃபுல்லாக லிசன் பண்ணிட்டு போயிட்டு ஆஃப்டர் கோயிங் டு ஹோம் நீங்கள் சொன்ன மாதிரி அப்படிதான் நான் நோட்ஸ் எடுத்தேன். ஜஸ்ட் ஐ வில் ரீட் அண்ட் செக்ஷன் அதெல்லாம் அது எப்படி இருக்கு, ஜஸ்ட் ஐ வில் ரைட் தட். ஆஃப்டர் தட் கான்செப்ட் அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் பண்ணிக்கணும். அதுக்கப்புறமா இது ப்ரீவியஸ் கொஸ்டின் பேப்பர் அந்த மாதிரி அனலைஸ் பண்ணா இதுவே மோர் தென் சார்.
But என்ன பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் லேபிள் ஆஸ்க் யூ நீட் நாட் சிட் ஃபார் ப்ரீவியஸ் கொஸ்டின் பேப்பர்.
Okay. Just questions you
one
said.
thing, after finishing all those 8 days, 10 days, take one random question paper other than June 26. Like December 25. Take that question. See the questions. If you're able to read and understand the question paper, then done.
Okay.
100%.
Totally for company la எல்லாத்துக்கும்
Label I would say. Company stage is not actually work. Company you will have to work on the question paper. See how the standard is. But understand the framework, how they are asking question. One framework you have understood, then that's all.
What about CAFM?
CFM you have to practice a lot. Number of times you practice, that's how you get a